do the thing. All right, let me just grab my chats and we'll get going. All right, and I am aware there's a thing called Restream that you can do this to limit bandwidth. I'm not actually worried about the bandwidth constraints. That doesn't bother me at all. I'm on fiber, so I've got a gig up and down. The thing that ends up being the big issue is with using stuff like Restream is there's just lots of side effects. It's one of those things that there's pros and cons. Every solution, there's pros and cons. Now, for those who haven't seen American Truck Simulator, this is chill trucking time. That the entire idea behind the game is you are running a trucking company, and when you start the game, you don't own a truck, you don't own any of these things. You just kind of make it happen. Now, if you look at this, there's a Happy Halloween event. Happy Halloween. Snicker, snicker. That the gist of it is, they have special jobs. I believe you find them here. External contracts that are doing special jobs right now for delivering Halloween candy. And we're just going to do the ones that, wow, price per mile? I mean, okay, so price per mile is high and then the distance is short. That's fair. I usually sort by price per mile anyways. That's one way to haul jokes. Yep. But, it is one of those games that falls in... Oh, thank you for flickering. That's wonderful. I love that. I don't love that. Okay. But, well, that's not a great angle. Why are you flickering? Alright, let's see if we can't get up to the bottom of that. I just updated my graphics driver. Thank you for flickering. So things that might help with the flickering. Because that would be an absolute deal breaker. So we're at full screen mode. So if we change that, where did the game go? Where are you, game? I see my mouse in the game on the other, like in OBS now. I don't actually see the game anymore. The game's gone. Like the game is straight up gone. So that's fun. I'll just wait for that to time out and bring the game back. Oh, good. It moved all of my windows around. Oh no. Oh, when I switched it off of full screen, it started doing things. Refresh rate. This is deeply upsetting. So the issue I'm running into is while I'm driving around, it's flickering horrifically. So the issue is when I click in the window, it's messing up my, all of my layout of all my other screens. So I'm trying to... I can't move my screens. Okay, there we go. Alright, that's fine. That'll work. So let's see if we flicker now. Because if it flickers, that's a problem. I can't work with flicker. If that doesn't work, we'll try turning down the graphics. And I just did updates to a bunch of my stuff. And so it looks like I've got some kind of side effect with like a driver update or anything. That doesn't seem to be impacting other games. Because I did City Skylines 2 after all the updates to try and test that. Alright. That seems to have fixed the flicker. I will hit that button at least once a stream. And meanwhile, let me quickly check settings in my home because it feels like my AC has decided it should be hot again. Thank you, Google, for shutting down the software that... Oh no, it's just stuffy in here in general. Okay, that's what it is. Alright. Yeah, so our goal is to deliver the Halloween candy to wherever the heck they want it during a storm, because I have my weather conditions turned up so that way, you know, weather's at least a little bit interesting. That way you're not driving around in endless sunlight. Or I should say endless nice weather, because, you know, driving around Arizona, Arizona, you know, California and all that, generally there's like nearly no weather in that part of the country. Once you get up to like Oregon and all that, Oregon rains for like 3/4 of the year. It's just kind of overcast and drizzly. Like, it's a beautiful state. It's actually, if I had my choice to live anywhere in the world, there's a good chance I would pick Oregon. I have family over that way, and I have been very impressed with just, you know, the people, how the area is out there, all that in those two particular states. That has been, like, very, very nice and encouraging. Like, it's the kind of place you go and just people help you to help you. They don't expect anything in return. Like, you'll walk around, if you seem like you're in a funk, someone will be like, hey, man, you doing all right? And, like, genuinely actually give a crap, versus in Florida, if someone randomly walks up to you, be like, hey, man, how you doing? You'd be like, all right, what do you want, man? Like, what's your angle? Why are you talking to me? Which you do feel guilty about when people are being nice and just trying to be personable. Like, I definitely remember in the downtown Orlando area, there's Church Street and Orange Avenue. And that, like, there's a bunch of, like, nightclubs, there's, like, a piano bar, a bunch of restaurants. Like, it's kind of like the happening place in downtown Orlando, not counting, like, you know, the theater and the Amway and all that, which those are really close to that area as well. And I ran to this guy, and he just showed up, and I'd never met him before. I was like, hey, man, you're local, right? And I'm like, okay, like, yeah, what's up? You know, basically expected to be like, hey, man, my car broke down, I just need a little change, like the panhandling you get all the time downtown. It's like, man, what happened? I was like, what do you mean? It's like, this place is dead. This place used to be poppin'. What happened? It's like, oh yeah, like, because at that point, that's like right after the housing crisis. Like, oh yeah, like, the whole area is like not doing well. Like, it's fine now, but it's like right at like the worst of where people weren't showing up anymore because everyone was kind of struggling, and down to like, no, it's not turning. That's lovely. Turn sharper. I forgot with the rain, this vehicle struggles real bad. I need to get a different setup for when it's raining. The handling on this truck is its lowest stat, so I can haul just about anything, but turning, not its strong suit. Because, like, this is me holding the right as hard as possible. I could barely make the turn, even going below the speed limit. I need to invest in more trucks. But it's kind of one of those things. But I felt guilty because, you know, when the guy walked up to me, my brain automatically was like, all right, here we go. And the panhandlers you get here, like, they get creative. I'll give them that. They do get creative. You'll have, like, the one who will show up and he'll have, like, the little white collar, and he'll be wearing all black, and he'll have his Bible. He's like, oh, I'm a priest. I was visiting town and I ran out of money and I just need money for the bus. And all I could think is like, man, no priest who's going remote is riding the bus. It's like, I'm sorry. Oh my God, please, turn. I forgot how terrible rain is. Oh good, check engine. Why are you not turning at all? What is wrong with this? It's candy. It's not a heavy load. It's like steering like I'm dragging a harvester behind me. Like, darn wrong, we're getting the arrows warning us saying, hey, by the way, legit turn count of it. But, I'm expected to be able to take these at some kind of speed. Please, don't hit the rail. Okay, thank you. I have lots of icons on my dashboard. That's good, right? Like they're everything okay? They're everything okay lights? Hey, car. I know it's on me on that one, but still. Alright, and this isn't a particularly long delivery. Probably have to get repaired after it, though. Because I remember correctly, as you get enough damage, your truck will start, like, stalling out and everything, and when it does, you know, you lose power steering, so that's not exactly great. Trying to think of what our trucks you get. One of the other nice things is, I've got a list of games I'm planning on playing over, like, the next month and a half. So we got, like, Coral Island has got their update happening here. Would you stop tapping your brakes? I understand you're being reasonable with the thing in front of you, but my truck sucks right now in the rain. But yeah, so like Coral Island's coming out with its big update, 1.0 release on the 14th, which is why we stopped playing, by the way. We had a run that we're going to take it as far as we could, waiting for what I thought was going to be the winter update to drop. Oh, right. In this mission, our cruise control is locked in, so we can't go more than 65, which is fine. Honestly, this truck can't handle that right now. But turning in the rain... It's fine. We don't have too far to go. But like, one of the things they announced was that because they've made apparently a bunch of early game changes to Coral Island, which I don't know what those are, because I played like the last version before 1.0 is dropping, that they are going to make it so the save files reset, so you can't just take your progress with you. So it's like, okay, there's no point in me continuing this. Like, in less than a month, we're going to have the full release. So let's just wait for the full release. Which is fine, as into the phase of just, like, grinding the museum stuff. I do intend, and I'm hoping people will support, like, hanging out in the channel and all that for it. I do intend to play Coral Island and try and 100% it. We'll see. It is kind of an unfortunate thing I've found streaming that for a lot of games... that people don't stay interested very long. It's actually not, I shouldn't say frustrating. Like, it's not, I don't want to overstate how much of it is. It's kind of a bummer, though, that, like, if you get into a game, if it's not, like, the hit game for the season, then it usually only lasts, like, a week or two before, like, the whole thing just kind of dies on the platform. So if you're trying to keep your stream in a healthy place, it kind of forces your hand to switch. That if you want to stick to the game, you're doing so at the cost of your viewership. Which it also makes it very difficult, if I don't get a hold of a key from the dev teams or whatever, to justify buying a game. Because if I plunk down 50, 60 bucks in a game, and then, you know, people only watch me play it for like 1 week, you know, like, you just don't make the money back. It's an expense that didn't make up for it. And I know people be like, but you can write it off in your taxes. Like, well, there's an asterisk on that one. That, yes, but depends. And then also, that only goes as far as where you've written off a lot of your taxes. Like, you'd only write off so far before they're like, yeah, no. But you can't, I mean... outside of large corporations, you can't business taxes yourself down to 0 taxes or negative taxes. Not typically. There's a lot of stuff you used to be able to write off that you can't anymore. That's the reason why with stuff like games, like, okay, it is, but some of that's, like, kind of unproven, And so if you did get like audited, who knows where it would, like how it would go and all that sort of stuff. Which is why you hire an accountant. Because when you run your own business, taxes get ridiculously complicated really fast. One of the, like, a billion things you gotta worry about. The classic content creation, it's like, I create content, and I deal with accounting, and I deal with, like, legal of signing and reading over contracts and all that, and marketing, and IT, and everything else. Well, if you're gonna sit there and have your light going and just park in the road, I'll take advantage of that. Don't gotta tell me twice. Alright. You also have to sit there and put a lot of time into research as a content creator. A lot of time goes into research and analytics and all that kind of stuff. Because it's like, it's so difficult to keep up with what's happening in the industry, what games are trending, trying to be mindful of like, okay, does this game look like it's going to align with my channel or not? Because if a game does come out and it aligns really well with your channel and you don't play it, more than likely you end up having a bunch of your viewers who want to see the new game coming out are going to go tune in our people playing the game, which is fine. They should do that. But like, then they're not tuned into your channel, whereas if you had picked up the game, you would likely pick up a bunch of new viewers who may stick around, and there's just so much to do around it. And I've tried to find like resources that tell me like the game's coming up, like what's coming up next. And I found a few that are okay, but nothing that's been like really good. Because I found a lot of them, they tend to have certain genres they tend to focus on, or certain age groups they tend to focus on, so far as like the target demographics for the games. But I haven't found any that have been like particularly well aligned to the kind of games I play, because I do play a wide range of games. Truck, I need you to back off. I'm slowly coming over, you need to figure it out. There you go. Because, like, you know, I do survival, I do colony builders, I do settlement builders, I do simulation, I do roguelite, I do... Like, I personally like to play a lot of action RPGs, but I've found, for me, on this channel, the action RPGs mostly do terribly. It's just... And I get it. Like, people who are looking for simulation and city builder kind of games, action RPGs are just a very, very different genre. Not that there's not any overlap, but the amount of overlap you find is far more nuanced than, you know, something that's more similar. Like, the overlap for people who played American Truck Simulator and Farm Simulator 22 is very high. They're both simulation-style games where you drive vehicles, even if your objectives are totally different. Whereas the overlap for American Truck Simulator and Path of Exile, while it does exist, is a much, much, much smaller percentage. Hello, Overlap Watcher calling himself out. Yep. Oh yeah, and like I was saying, it's not nobody. Like, that is the fun thing, that like when I do play Path of Exile, there's probably about 17 or 20%, like 20 regulars who do kind of pop out and are like all hyped to see me play it. The issue is kind of the fact that it's only like 17 or 20 out of like literal hundreds. Alright, so first delivery of candy done. We definitely did not damage our vehicle at any point during that. There's certainly nothing to worry about with that. Can I just repair my truck here? It's those things that kind of popping and going, you know, I probably could repair a truck there. I think Sacramento is my main garage. That's the truck we're worried about. Yeah, daily profit, all of those ones are making me good money. Yeah, I'd have to take it in for repairs. That's kind of figured. Alright, so we're not going to worry about taking the next mission right now. Oh, don't go here. Go to drive. We're going to look for the nearest garage that we can find. Where's a garage you could buy? I actually mean like mechanic garage. Boo. Alright, so let's do our next... Oh, wait, never mind. There's one right there. Because we'll do that. We'll gas up. We'll repair. Sleep. Do all the things. And then get our next delivery going, since I felt like, you know, testing my truck's durability, which it did pass. Oh, it's got 2 waypoints marked on the map. One moment. There we go. Alright. Because we'll patch it up, gas it up, have our character get us some sleep. Then we'll deliver our next order of Halloween candy. Because if I do 13 orders of Halloween candy, you get like random junk you can put on your dashboard. is the way I'll say it. You get a paint job, I think, and like random junk you put on your dashboard. It's one of those things you can like make your truck more interesting and all that, so it's just cosmetic nonsense. Just fun stuff. But as a reminder for people who are like, oh man, I was enjoying RimWorld, this isn't really my jam. You gotta participate in those polls. It is a thing I do deliberately. I understand not everyone's at their computer and all that. But, it's been a while. I've actually had people who were, who made a stink about a game I played, and then they didn't, like, participate in the poll at all, even though they're there, and I'm like, that's why... That's what you have points for. You can't cash them out for money. The points don't matter, and you can use them to influence what the stream does. Alright. I'm hoping when we fix the truck up, it'll also help where we were having problems turning. I don't know, I'm also running into the problem on the channel that I've been playing so much RimWorld, I'm starting to get stressed out a little bit. That's not the word, not stressed out. I'm starting to get concerned that, like, I'm basically forcing the channel into catering almost exclusively to RimWorld. And that's not a place I want to be honest. Not with a, like, beef with RimWorld. It's just I don't want the channel to ever be a one-game channel. Because I as a gamer, don't like playing just one game. I tend to play a game for a while, focus on it for a little bit, and then float on to the next game, hyper-focus on it for a little bit, then float on to the next game, and then maybe I circle back to the first game. So very genuinely, if I were to sit there and people were only tuning in for the one game, that, like, I felt I had to play that game. One, I'd probably just self-sabotage the channel by playing other games anyways. But also, that's just not something I want. And that's something we kind of ran into with Project Zomboid. It wasn't quite as bad as like that, but it was one of those things that I knew when I switched games because it becomes so well known in the Project Zomboid community because, like, the record run and all that, that I knew I was going to take a hit switching. But considering the game hadn't, like, at that point hadn't had an update in over a year that was meaningful, when I finally was like, yeah, I'm stopping playing this regularly. You know, there wasn't that much room to pivot. There was just nothing else like Project Zomboid to play. So I just went to, you know, RimWorld and the other games I typically played, and honestly, like, by the time I got to that point, the variety streams were doing just as good as Project Zomboid, because Project Zomboid's numbers had just fallen so far. But it was still one of those things that it wasn't as consistent with the numbers, because, you know, even though I'd always done variety, just people expected Project Zomboid. It's a difficult thing to navigate, because it's also very easy to get really, really into just how much growth you get when you're in a game, like just a game that's currently experiencing like major growth. And then when that growth kind of starts to dry up a little bit, because, you know, games get stale after a while. People move on to other interests. It was just one of those things that you start, like, you know, second guessing everything as your numbers start hurting. Alright, so we're all patched up. And honestly, we're pretty good on gas, so what I'll do is I'll just have our characters sleep. Alright. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. External contracts. So as a reminder, we're doing Halloween treats. That's the goal. Halloween treats. Because if I do 13 deliveries, which I've already done a couple off-stream, like 3 or 4 off-stream, but we do 13 deliveries of Halloween treats, we unlock more cosmetic nonsense. Now, we're not going to get all 13 done today, I don't think. Not unless we do a bunch of short ones, which I'm not going to go out of my way for. But if we knock out like 4 or 5, or, well, it's probably going to be more than that. If we knock out a bunch of them, then that means it'll be a lot easier when I do go to, like, wrap it up, because then I could just knock out a couple of quick ones. Because I have, I believe, until the 14th, which is a very convenient date, because the 14th is when Coral Island's update drops, so I definitely don't want to be playing this on the 14th. Because I have another game I'm interested in playing that day. And I want to say the 17th, I think, is when, I might have that date wrong, is when the Farming Sim update drops. I believe some people have access to it early. Like, I'll go ahead and plug in our channel that's, you know, a friend of this channel, which is Ultra Source, I think has early access to the Farming Simulator, the update. I do not. I do not as of yet. I am partnered with Giant Software, but I've been trying to sort some things out on that end, like what I can get a hold of when and that kind of nonsense. Figuring out the logistics of that. Because I'd really like to be able to get a hold of it earlier, but I also understand I'm a new creator in that space, so it is what it is. Farming Simulator is one of those weird games that always seems to do relatively well on Twitch. Like, it's never amazing, but like you can check it almost at any given time, and there's usually a couple thousand people watching it. You know, hit and miss though. But usually he's doing pretty well. And like you'll usually have 500, 600, 700 who are English speaking, which is what I really care about, is the English speaking viewers, because as an English speaking streamer, those are gonna be the ones who are going to tune in to me. I haven't had to pull one of these from the side in a while. Okay, I was worried I, didn't go far back enough. So now we're bringing our truck. This truck is obviously purely nothing but candy corn. No Reese's, no Skittles, no anything else. Just candy corn. Candy corn, and then like the candy corn adjacent things, like the little orange pumpkins with a green stem that are still like candy corn, or that just sugar candy. Because everyone knows that's the only Halloween candy. That all other candy is just posers. Or just, you know, other brands redoing their brand just for the season. That they're only casual Halloween. For the record, I actually do like candy corn. I wonder how much I'd like it nowadays, now I think about it. That was one of my go-to candies when I was younger, for Halloween, to be clear. Like, I don't just, in the middle of spring, break out a package of candy corn and knock it out. But genuinely speaking, for Halloween, candy corn was one of the candies I looked forward to. Otherwise, I tended to be way more into, like, sour and fruity candies. Chocolate's fine, I enjoy chocolate, but it was not my go-to. Like, I'd absolutely not complain about Reese's anything, but if I had a choice between a Reese's Peanut Butter Cup and a handful of Skittles, Skittles all day long. Well, that's off to a good start. I almost stopped in time. Is this candy, like, just way heavier than I'm giving it credit for? Oh my god, please. You almost want to, like, at the red light, like, pull up your man and be like, buy the next truck, get, you know, the next dealer. Oh, now you move. I was like, I will overtake you. Clearly someone on their phone. Or mildly concussed and or whiplashed by the fact that they got rear-ended by a semi-truck, but it's basically the same thing. Distracted driving is distracted driving. For a random unrelated thing, so there's been a lot of people who, there was a person who had a bit of a hot take that they're like, you know what I want to, they were like, you know what I want to see? I want to see, like, you know, a raunchy romance in, like, the Warhammer 40k universe. And a whole bunch of people got really upset about that. About, you know, like, how that isn't just, like, typical Warhammer 40k. For those who haven't seen it, Warhammer 40k is, like, super gritty and dark. Like, humanity kind of fell, and there's, like, trying to hold together as they're being besieged by aliens in all sides, and there's betrayal within. Like, it's very edgy. It's fun, but it's very, very edgy. And, yeah. Darn homies. Get them bits. The, oh, what's the word they use for all of the spiky bits? It doesn't matter. And then they have their turrets where they yell, like, their guns where they yell Dako as they fire them. But yeah, so it's like, it's a super edgy and grim world. And this one person's like, hey, you know what, I want them to, like, you know, to cross genre, like, have a book that is, like, a sleazy romance book, where, like, people got really upset about it. Like, unreasonably upset, like, you know, screaming at their monitors and, like, bulging veins upset about it. And I'm like, you know what? Honestly, for myself personally, I really like when IPs, even if they're, like, really established in, like, a narrow band of content they make, are willing to take risks and step out of that. Like, I like that one of the things that Marvel did for a little bit there, and they've kind of backed down on a little bit, but not entirely, where they're like, hey, let's just do a Marvel horror movie. Let's just make a spooky ghost Marvel movie. Why not? It's weird. Some people be into it. Let's do a Marvel heist movie. Why not? You know, not everything has to be like the typical superhero movie. Try something different. I like that Star Wars started doing a little bit of that, where they had movies that were like a heist movie of sorts. Not full-on heist. They were a little timid about going quite that far out. Let's see, Wanda, Vision, and Loki were the only ones I really enjoyed in the Marvel in a while. Yeah, which, like, WandaVision being just kind of a weird sort of sitcom-y, but, like, also hero movie kind of thing. I didn't see Loki. Because, for me, for example, like, I've burned out in, like, your typical Marvel movie, like, your straight-up, you know, Spider-Man, Avengers kind of movies that, like, after... Like, it was even before Endgame, but I still went for Endgame because, like, you kind of just wanted the closure of the story. That I've had difficulty enjoying a lot of, like, the straight-up superhero movies just because I'm like, yeah, I've seen this before. Give me something new. So I really, really like when they cross genre. They're like, hey, you know what? Let's literally have... Let's have just day-to-day life with Tony Stark or Captain America. Just, like, not them doing their superhero stuff, but, like, between the superhero stuff. Like, what's that look like? What's Captain America being plunked in modern society like?
Subscribing for 6 months. Truck Coon.
Thank you, Lornell, for the Prime Gaming sub. That's 6 months, half a year you've been subbed to the channel, so thank you so much for the continued support. Yep. And Truckoon. Cute truck noises. But yeah, so I hope you're enjoying your advertisement-free viewing as well as access to the emotes. Thank you so much for that continued support. But yeah, it's like, you know what? I give me a silly, like, dumb Friends-like sitcom that's just the Avengers between stuff. Probably not the Avengers. Give me someone different. Or like, pick one of them to follow. And, like, the other ones could show up or whatever. But, like, what is the day-to-day for someone who was frozen around World War II and suddenly dumped into modern society just trying to adapt? Loki's fun if you like his character, and are cool with nothing that happened in the show ever being mentioned in the main movies. I'm totally fine with that. Not every, like, it can all be canon. Not everything needs to be attached where I have to watch every single movie to have a thing. Like, that's honestly one of the big things that burned me out with Marvel, is you'd watch, like, whatever their latest movie, and they'd have callbacks to, like, 4 or 5 of the other, like, spin-off side movies about characters. You'd be like, man, I have no idea who half these people are. I don't got time to watch, like, 8 Marvel movies a year. That's exaggerating. It's probably like 4, but it's still too many. Like, who's that guy? What are they doing? To be real, I actually am aware of the characters most thing from just having been into a lot of superhero stuff when I was younger. But it just was like, I don't remember what happened there. Why is the police car stopping in the middle of the road? This is entrapment. Are you trying to kill yourself, officer? Look, even that our truck almost struck them. Straight up cop trying to commit insurance fraud. But yeah, no, it's I like them. Like, I also like a lot of the spin-off stuff. Like, I remember liking the Teen Titans, which, you know, again, that's all based off of Batman and all that. You know, well, DC Universe, but... Everyone wants to meet Truckun. Yep. Well, that's because Truck is, you know, ooh, kawaii, adorable. I mean, have you seen how big the front of a truck is? It's very clearly chibi art. There's already got to be out there. Someone's already had to have made, like, a chibi semi-truck. That has to be a thing. Like, where it's just they, like, make the front part of the truck have, like, a big, like, Cars-like face, but it's, like, giant and adorable. That has to be a thing, right? Like, it's probably a thing that it wouldn't even take but, like, 30 seconds to look up. Chibi truck? Yeah, so, like, it's an entire Japanese culture thing, the kawaii culture, which is just, it's cute. Like, you'll actually see, like, street barricades, but they'll put, like, an adorable little face on it or whatever. It's just a cultural thing that's, like, picked up. And it's hey, what is with people, like, trying to slam into, like, that sounds evil. No, it's adorable. There's, if you ever get the chance to go to Disney's Epcot, in Orlando, Florida, they actually have what they call the Kawaii Museum in the Japan is pavilion like section of, because for those who don't know Epcot, there's the front part that no one cares about. It does have like one of the world's largest aquariums, and that's pretty awesome. And it does have the land, which is a very awesome thing. But like generally speaking, everyone wants to go to that back circle, unless you're a child, at which point that back circle is misery and awful, and no one wants to do that. But that back circle, what it effectively is, they call it the World Showcase, that the idea is they have like a little slice of it that's supposed to be like the UK, and a little slice of it that's supposed to be like Ireland, a little slice of it that's supposed to be like Japan, a little slice of it that's supposed to be like China. And you get the idea. They have, I think it's 12, they have 12 countries that have like large areas to them, and a couple ones that have like smaller segments. But they have Japan as one of them. But then they've got this museum in the back that is about Japanese culture, specifically kawaii, which is a thing that is in Japan, like a cultural movement. But it's the culture of cute, that they make everything adorable. And to a certain extent, that culture has spread to other parts of the world. Like, there is starting to be built up like a kawaii movement here within the United States. And it's loosely related to the movement of people moving way more into anime. But it is all about being like super adorable and all that kind of stuff. But then there's a sub thing under kawaii called chibi. That the idea behind chibi is like things having like giant heads and giant eyes and all that kind of stuff. And for the record, if things are slightly chibi, I don't mind them. If they go like way, way, way chibi, I'm not super into it. But I could totally see that. I don't know what just happened on Twitch, but viewership just dropped. Like, it's not the kind of dip there like, oh, we switched games, bummer. It's like, oh, there was a technical problem and a bunch of people got left somewhere. Like, that's the reason I looked to the side, is expecting to see, the thing where it's like, got disconnected. Actually. Yeah, no, the numbers are reflecting in both. Oh well, nothing you can do about it. It is what it is. They've been having issues the other day, you think? Oh, okay. I hadn't noticed, but like today I hadn't gone to, like, I popped into Alana Rama's stream for a little while earlier today. Normally I also try and catch Woe Jess, but I just had a bunch of stuff going on, like dishes and all that to do, that I didn't end up getting in there. Most of my stream watching is earlier in the day. I lurk pretty heavily while, doing dishes or editing videos, or not really running errands. When I'm running errands, usually I'm listening to audiobooks. Or when I'm first waking up, I'm usually going to listen to audiobooks, or when I'm going to bed, I listen to audiobooks. You're having having issues loading stream? Gotcha. Yeah. Well, thanks for letting me know. It's always a bummer when that happens as a creator, because, if I make a decision and it doesn't pan out, at least you can be like, okay, I made that decision, like, it was a bad call. And, you learn, you adapt. But when it's something like, your ISP is down, or Twitch is having a problem, or the game you were going to play, like the servers are super jacked up and it kind of derails your stream, or whatever. Or, your computer just has a technical issue you couldn't have reasonably predicted. Like, a driver update loads and takes everything offline, and you have to end your stream so you can troubleshoot it, and by the time you get through it, it's 2-3 hours later, it's too late to really pick up your stream. Like, those are the ones that, like, really rough, because, it still hurts you. Like, financially, viewership, all that kind of stuff. So it still hurts you, but it's one of those things like, I could have done nothing to prevent this, or practically there's no reason to have expected to need to do something to prevent this. Because, like, I know when people become much bigger streamers, like, you're talking, people get thousands of viewers, that's a common practice to get 2 ISPs at your house. Because at that point you're making enough money that you having your stream go down and not being able to just pick up where you left off is, like, really, really bad. Or if, like, your ISP is, like, being broken for a full week. Like, that's really, really bad for your channel. Now, for a channel my size, I can't justify the extra cost for a second ISP. That's a not insignificant bill. Like, it wouldn't pay for itself kind of thing. But, you know, if you're someone who, you've got thousands of viewers, you're pulling in, you know, several $1,000s a month, you know, dropping an extra $100 a month to secure that several $1,000s a month, you know, to make sure you don't lose a week or two because your ISP is being funky. You know, that's a reasonable investment. You know, and you may or may not go for it, but at least there's an argument to be had that maybe it's worth doing. And you're also, if you're that size, it makes sense to have basically a secondary computer on standby that every so often you kind of like image your computer. Well, not image, but you like make sure it's up to date and ready to rock and roll. So that way, if your well, maybe not a second computer, but like having backup hardware just on standby, like an extra video card or whatever, where if your computer takes a dive on you suddenly, you know, sure, maybe that one stream gets interrupted, but you could toss in a video card, be back on your feet the next day kind of thing, so you only take a minor disruption. Because missing more than like 2, 3, 4 streams, well, I mean, honestly, with video cards sometimes, missing a week worth of streams, you've lost more money than that video card costs. Because also streaming, you know, 8, 9, 10, 11 hours a day, 6, 7 days a week, 4 years at a time, you're going to shorten the lifespan of your hardware because it is being worked hard. Now, I am not in the boat that any of those make sense for me economically. It would not be a pragmatic decision. I do have my old computer that the one I have right now replaced, and it's still in the other room with no hard drives because I stole all those for this computer as my my secondary drives. But in a pinch that, you know, my processor got fried and, you know, I wasn't going to be able to get a new one in for a week or whatever, or, you know, my video card just up and caught fire or whatever. You know, some extreme, like this computer is just down. In the pinch, I could toss my hard drives in there real fast. It'd probably take me a day to reset everything up to just be able to stream at all and at least be back on board. I would really hate to do that. That'd be one of those things that first stream back could be super scuff. I've backuped all my OBS settings and all that, but I've learned from having to restore those before. They don't do a good job. The backup restore in OBS is pretty suboptimal. It misses a lot. The good news is I've had to do so many tweaks and changes, I can usually spin up at least something passable pretty fast. Oh, we're in Cali. I was like, man, the speed limit's 55. Right, California. 55 for trucks. That's right. Not really technical issues, but like just like not maintenance headaches, but just headaches around hobbies. I haven't been really good about it in a while since I had animals kill all my plants. But I do a lot of gardening in the past. Like, it used to be, I think, I didn't have the police show up. I think I had the landlord show up. That I had an apartment when I was going to college, like right at the end of college kind of thing. It's like the last apartment I had before me and Tomb, like, got together, moved in together, got our own place together kind of thing. But, I actually had the landlord go and thought it was running a grow house out of my apartment. Like, and it was just gardening. Like, it was like tomatoes and peppers and cilantro and a bunch of other random herbs and all that. Like, I didn't get in trouble. They're like, hey, can we check out the property? And it's like, I'm the kind of person who I don't try to be difficult, but I do like to kind of normalize being like, hey, no, I'm not just like, if a police officer shows up, like, hey, I'm not just gonna let you in. Like, I'm not trying to hide anything or anything, but no, like, unless you have a reason to be here checking out my house, you're not gonna be here checking out my house. Like, if you show up with a warrant, I'm not going to fight you with it. It'll be like, okay, you've got a warrant. Come on in. But, like, just randomly cold calling, going in, I'm like, nah. So the same thing with the landlord. Land's like, hey, you know, can I check things out in here? I'm like, is there a reason? Like, I'm not rude, but it's like, is there something you're, like, specifically looking for? Like, you're worried about, like, plumbing or whatever? It's like, no, I see you got a lot of plants. I just want to make sure everything's on the up and up. I'm like, oh yeah, that's fine. I'll even talk through them. But it was like all veggies and all that, and I just had a wonderful time with it, because you run into very little pests when your apartment is like got a second floor balcony and you're growing plants on it, because like all the normal bugs like caterpillars and all that nonsense just don't go up there. You don't worry about ants, you don't worry about any of that. Like, the only pest I ever had show up there were leaf miners, and it was only once or twice, and, you know, I just treated them and it was over with. So I got all excited when me and Tomb got our own place, because, like, I had a whole backyard to do my gardening in. And so it was, like, sweet, and I started setting up all my garden. Most of the plants I had for the apartment I brought didn't survive the journey, it was just too much of a shock, too much of a change, they didn't do well. Like, the habanero survived, but it never was quite the same, and then, you know, died a couple years later. But I started doing my garden here, and it kind of became this, like, weird thing that I started out, I had leaf miners, and for those who don't know what leaf miners are, they're kind of a cool pest, even though they're a pest and they're annoying. And what they do is they're like a little fly that they land on your plant, and they put, like, their larva, egg, or whatever on the leaf. And what happens is that actually goes inside the leaf, and they actually, like, eat the inside of the leaf out, but they put these, like, weird, like, mosaic patterns in the leaf. And so it's kind of cool to look at that. But then, you know, they're also killing your plant, which kind of sucks. So, you know, obviously want to get rid of them. They're a little bit of a booger to get rid of because they live inside the leaf. So if you just, like, try and spray it with a pesticide or something, they live inside the leaf. You're just spraying your plant and it's perfectly content and safe inside your plant. And there's different ways to treat it. And usually the treatment is more putting stuff on so that the bugs don't get there in the first place. But went through the whole process of dealing with them and getting rid of them. And then I went from there and I was getting these, you know, they went away for a little while, and then I got caterpillars, which are way more annoying. Because they like eat huge chunks out of your plant at a go. They don't just like put mosaic patterns in your leaf and then like a leaf or two die at a time. They just straight up will like eat 4 or 5 leaves off your plant a day per caterpillar. Like really just murder your plant real fast. So I dealt with those, and those ones are easier to deal with. You could just, there's all sorts of different ways you could treat them, some natural, some otherwise. For around here, there's enough wasps and all that, you know, bees, wasps, and that'll attack them, that there's enough natural predators that if you don't do stuff to get rid of the natural predators, they'll take care of it. So got rid of the caterpillars. Cool, the caterpillars are gone. Then I ended up having some birds that were going, and they're mostly just eating the produce off the plant, which again, annoying. Not killing the plants at least, but they're eating the thing I'm hoping to get from the reward for the plants. And so again, it's like, okay, I gotta deal with these. And so I got a spray that basically smells like there's been cats in the area. And it's not super noticeable for people, but like having it around, the birds would like go away. So it's like, awesome. The birds are gone. I am starting to notice a trend that each time I get rid of one of these pests, the next one is bigger. And that's starting to get troubling. So after that, I was getting raccoons. And they didn't mess with a lot of the plants, but they really liked to mess with my tomatoes and my pineapples. And the thing that was super upsetting is with the tomatoes, they'd be just starting to ripen, but they wouldn't quite be ready yet. And the raccoon would take a bite out of one, didn't like it, went to the next one. So it'd take a bite out of the next one, didn't like that one either. And it would go through and it'd bite each and every one of the tomatoes, just take like one big bite out of the side of it. But they weren't ripe yet, so the raccoon wouldn't like it. And basically ruin the entire thing of tomatoes by just basically individually ruining each tomato by taking just one big hunk and bite out of it and leaving it at that. Which really pissed me off. And I hadn't quite gotten rid of them from that, because they were a much more difficult pest to get rid of. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Because the issue you run into is with raccoons, is there are traps that will absolutely get rid of raccoons that you're not allowed to use, because it'll also get rid of your neighbor's cat and their little dog and any other animal that happens to get out and about, so don't want to do that. And then there's the keep alive traps. And those are tricky because when the raccoon gets big enough, the raccoon can usually get themselves back out of a keep alive. And those are just, it's a trap that you go in, there's a little lever, you put your bait on it, and it drops the doors down. But raccoons are ridiculously strong animals for their size, so when they get big enough, they could just, like, pry it back up and get back out. Unless you get, like, ridiculously large, expensive ones. And, you know, that wasn't really something I was interested in buying. And so while I was trying to figure out a way to get rid of them, I ended up having my pineapples started getting ripe. And they were also evil about how they dealt with that, is they would eat from one side of the pineapple, they'd eat all, like, the fruit part out of it and leave, like, the skin still in place and the core still in place. And so I'd look at it and be like, sweet, this pineapple's just about ready, and I go to check on it, and you notice the entire inside of the pineapple's gone. From your side, it looked perfectly fine, and then you go to the other side, it's just been completely eaten out. The entire inside of it's just gone. And you only get one pineapple per plant per year. So when you lose it, it's really upsetting. And they did that to all 3 of my pineapple plants, you know, different days. And I was getting just absolutely furious dealing with these things. Ultimately, I made like a, I think it'd use, cayenne powder habanero, because I just had that many extra peppers that I could just grind them up and make, like, you know, stuff to sprinkle down. And so I'd sprinkle that down, you know, the raccoon would go sniffing around there and have a bad time and not come back. So I got rid of them. And I was starting to go, this is getting really bad. I can't really afford for these pests to get much bigger. And so then I was growing blackberries and raspberries, and the blackberries didn't do well, but the raspberries were, no, I got that backwards. The blackberries were doing well, but the raspberries were not doing well. But I'm like, okay, you know, I didn't expect them to do well, but one of them doing well in this kind of heat, I'm going to take that as a win. And so I got this nice, like, about, like, hip to mid-stomach high raspberry plants. You know, we're talking a pretty good set of vines going. They're starting to produce berries. I'm like, heck yeah, I'm going to get a whole bunch of berries. This is going to be great. And then I come out the next day, and the whole plant is gone. Down to, like, this little nub. The entire thing. Absolutely every little bit of it. And it was deer. And I didn't realize how incredibly hardcore deer are. That they will eat the thorns and all. And just be like, yep, that's food. Which is kind of when I gave up on the garden for a while. Because I did find a way to get rid of the deer as well. I would get these, it's just this big stick that on the very top of it, it's just, no fences. I debated getting fences at some point. It's kind of difficult to set up fences where I'm at. It also kind of defeats the point of a green belt if you block the whole thing off. And then fences are kind of expensive to set up. So it's just kind of one of those things. And plus, pretty much everywhere in Florida, if you're not a neighborhood that's been here since forever, you're going to have an HOA. So you have to go through a whole approval process and yada, 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 yada. Headache, annoying paperwork. And they'll probably say, no, you have to do it like this. And you'll go, but I don't like it like that. And it'll be tough. And then you'll fight with them. And eventually you'll win. But, you know, you're kind of not into it anymore. So I just kind of gave up at the start. I was waiting for, one of my neighbors said that they were going to install a fence. I'm like, cool, when you install your fence, I'll just do the same thing you're doing, and we'll just go right across. Like, just get a line of the houses, we'll fence them all up. And they just never, they had reasons they didn't follow through. The father of that household had serious health problems show up, and he ended up being okay in the long run, but it kind of derailed all of their other plans, as those things have a tendency to do. But, so I got these things to get rid of the deer, which all it is it's a little thing that carries, I can't remember, it's like a battery or two in it, and has these 2 little wires that go over the top of it, and you put a little bit of, like, there's a little tube with a little cotton in it, and you put a couple drops of, you're supposed to, like, switch the smells around so you can, like, make it smell like acorns, you can make it smell like just other things that deers find appetizing. But you put a couple drops of that, and you put it right by your garden. And so the deer comes up, they go, oh, heck yeah, that smells great. And they get their nose against it, and it gives a little zap on the nose. And they go, oh, I don't like that. And then they go away, and, you know, after a couple of times, the deer stop coming back. And to show you, like, the kind of thing where I'm the person like, well, I don't want to hurt the deer. Like, they're cool, and it's not that they're endangered. or anything like that in the area, but it's like, you know, they're not doing great. So it's like, okay, like I don't want to hurt the deer. I just don't want them eating my plants. There's the whole green belt out there with all sorts of delicious stuff for the deer. Leave my plants alone. So I tested it myself, like shocked myself with him, like, oh, that doesn't, like, it doesn't hurt. Like it's not like an actual zap. It's not like someone like zapping you with like static electricity. It's more just kind of like, oh, that's really uncomfortable. It's more just kind of like upsetting than actually painful. I'm like, perfect. And it worked. That said, unfortunately, being Florida, it rained all the time, and anytime it's rained, you had to like rebait it. So you had to like redo the drops, which means during the summer you had to redo it pretty much daily, which I am a very lazy person and do not want to do that. So I kind of got disenchanted. It's like, you know what, I'm just like not into, like, I don't want to deal with this anymore. So I still have the giant planter that I could replant stuff there. I just haven't been motivated to do it. And then plus my joke was, okay, I've gotten rid of the deer. What's next? There's not many more animals that live in this area that eat plants that could potentially show up. And they are getting a little concerning because, I mean, we don't have bears we see very often, but they are technically in the area. I don't want to deal with that. Which, of course, those are the things you, like, you talk to other family members, like, you're like, oh, well, just go out there with your rifle and blast them. I'm like, well, one, I don't own a rifle, and then two, also, I technically live in city limits, and just popping off with a shotgun or a rifle inside of city limits is how you go to jail. Yes, they're a pest, but also, you know, maybe not just open up with firearms in a high populated area. Maybe don't do that. I appreciate the sentiment, but no, I think I'll pass getting myself in legal trouble if you don't mind. Yeah, it's a gun carry state, but it's not a open up and fire, like just start blasting. You typically within city limits, you're allowed to use firearms for like self-defense, that kind of thing, but you're not allowed to hunt inside city limits, and you're not allowed to like just start shooting guns for fun inside city limits with good reason. Because otherwise you have silly people who put like bottles on their back fence and then take their high caliber gun and shoot them, and then they're putting holes in the wall of the neighbor up across the property because people are dumb and irresponsible. It's like not even a pro or an anti-gun thing statement. It's people do dumb things, so they have to be like, okay, like you can go out to the range and go shooting. You could go out to like less populated areas, but like inside the city and the burbs, yeah, the answer is no. Like you can carry it and use it for self-defense, but like if you're not using it for self-defense, it needs to stay in its holster. Unless you're like, you know, selling it or cleaning it or something, or being secured in whatever way is appropriate for whatever weapon it is. Because we also I forget the terminology for it here. If I brandish a firearm, I'm gonna probably get this wrong, so don't quote me like not legal expert, not a lawyer. If I remove a firearm from the holster or otherwise place my hand on it as if I'm going for like the trigger or whatever, that qualifies here as intent of use. Again, not counting if I'm at the range, not counting if I'm dealing with something where it's like maintenance or cleaning in my own home or whatever. But if I unholster a firearm at another person, it's not like something obviously like I'm showing it to them kind of thing. That can qualify as intent to use. So it's basically the same as if I pointed it at a person directly. So we do actually have within city limits a lot of rules around it, which I think is good. Not that there aren't problems with that rule. It's like any rule, there's pros and cons with all of it. Like it used to be here that it was concealed carry only, and now it's open carry. And for those who don't know the difference, concealed means you can have it on you But the idea is the way the rules used to work is, again, not counting gun ranges and that kind of stuff. If I went into the grocery store and I had a firearm and I lifted to my shirt to show that I had a firearm, or I just had it open and it wasn't like a police officer or something, that would still qualify. Like if I asked for a discount and they're like no, and I got mad about it, they would definitely flag that as a strong arm robbery, which is basically, it's not that you're actually robbing them, it's that you are making a very intimidating situation for robbing them. And you could also have your permit taken from you because, again, it was not an open carry state. Now it is, and that's a mixed bag within itself. We don't need to get into like the politics around that, but that just is the nature of how the rules are here at this point. But yeah, so the big point is, like, if I'm in the suburbs, I can't just start firing off guns. You'll get in trouble for it. You'll get a lot of trouble for it. Like, you'll probably get away with it, because people, by the time they figure out what you're doing and all that, they'll probably leave. But they'll absolutely take any like open carry, whatever. You still have to get, I can't remember, I think it's a permit. You still have to get a permit. They absolutely will suspend your permit for that. And then basically tell you, don't let me catch you with this. And that's because it's public endangerment. Yep. Honestly, there's very few places in the world you are allowed to fire firearms inside city limits. Even in cities that, or sorry, even in states that are very, very pro-gun, inside city limits, it's almost always restricted on where you can and cannot fire them. Like, again, at ranges, self-defense is usually always permitted or mostly permitted. But generally speaking, you can't just fire a firearm in the city because you have so many weapons that can go through walls and all that sort of stuff. People miss. People don't be responsible about it, so they just have hard, fast rules that say you're not allowed to. I mean, heck, I used to work for a weapons manufacturer and research company here in Florida, like a long while back. We're talking almost 20 years ago. And even in a place where we had very strict control around it, it was a Department of Defense contracting company, that we had all sorts of secret clearance and all that kind of nonsense. And even then, they had problems with people at the range who were employees who were testing the weapons, missing and hitting the police department across the street. Which created a lot of problems, as you would potentially imagine. Hi.
Hi, husband.
Is it really hot in here to you as well?
It's stuffy.
Yeah. I should probably turn up my fan.
Oh, you have the controller.
Mm-hmm. Because,
Better.
yeah, because I know if I turn it down for me here, it refrigerates the entire rest of the area.
Hi, Kaneem and Sanity. Yeah, because it's not warm out there. But I'm about to go downstairs, so if you want to do you want me to make it cooler when I go?
No, it's fine. I found out with all my noise canceling and all that, you can't hear the fan at all, versus you used to be able to when I turned it up.
Right.
So that's not bad. I usually don't keep it way up, because then it also kind of eventually gets to the point where it's like, oh, it's just, it hits different.
Hi, Polaria Star. People are tapping.
Uh-huh, they do that. I'm delivering Halloween candy.
Ooh, to Walbert.
Well, yeah, of course. Well, actually, I'm picking it up at Walbert. I don't know why I'm picking up Halloween candy at Walbert.
Hi, what's it say? Lornolt? If that says Lornolt, I'm saying hi to you. I think that's what it says.
You gotta commit.
Hi, Lornolt.
Hey, this ain't right. Sorry. Didn't see your message. I do have chat open on both. I am not the best about keeping an eye on YouTube and TikTok chat, but I am on YouTube, TikTok, and Twitch, but Twitch is kind of my main platform.
Yep.
That is still the radio, but no matter how many times I accidentally push it.
Yeah, and all you people on, what's that one?
That one's TikTok.
All you people on TikTok don't have the tappies. It's so sad.
I know.
Yeah.
Poor TikTok.
Poor TikTok.
They don't get all the cool features because TikTok is only kind of, sort of, ish invested on live streaming.
Yeah.
Ish, kind of, a little.
Well, just so you TikTokers know, I'm not just crazy. The people on Twitch have a what would you call that icon?
An emote?
An emote that goes like this, and so they do it, and then I do it, and it's like a thing. It's a thing.
It's what we refer to as a channel ritual, which is when X happens, Y happens.
I'm part of it.
And it becomes a cultural thing of a channel.
I'm part of the thing.
Sometimes you can create rituals, most of the time they make themselves.
Yeah. Yeah, this was a plan. It just
Whether you like it or not.
Yeah.
Because there's a lot of times that there's stuff that was not intended, i.e. all the channels that, like, people are like, happy birthday all the time, even when it's not your birthday, and especially when it's not your birthday.
But I'm gonna go downstairs.
That's fairly responsible of you.
Moderately.
Moderately.
Yeah. You're the most handsome boy ever of all time.
Nope. Those are lies.
No, it's the truth.
Nope. Lies and fabrications.
Truth. You're handsome.
You're not allowed to lie on the internet. We've talked about this. The internet police will come after us.
Not the internet police.
Uh-huh, they'll fact check us.
We're gonna be on Snopes. They're gonna be like, fact check.
Fact check. He is, in fact, not the most handsomest hubby of all time. Be like, not even in the top 50.
No. That would be so sad. That would be so mean.
Truth hurts.
No. I love you.
I love you too. You sleep well.
Very handsome.
I actually did have someone. This has been, man, like a year and a half. I actually had someone who sent like the nasty email, whatever, who was kind of like, you know, I really liked your channel until your wife came on. And I was kind of like scratching my head. I was like, man, she has always been on here. I don't know what you're talking about. It's like she has always been here. There are people who are like that. That's around the same time frame that there's two separate people that we had to finally be like, hey, like, I need you to back off. Like, you're pushing boundaries about what I'm comfortable with. You need to simmer down. And also, in-game driver, I need you to back off that yawning. That's basically what came across. I don't know what led to it, but there was a good like 2 or 3 people who they were getting a little on like the flirty side. Like at first I was thinking like, okay, like I don't want to read too much into this. Like it could just be people, you know, just being whatever. Like not in a negative way. Like it could be totally something they're comfortable with and fine with it. They don't see it that way. And then we oh man, we had one. Oh, what was it? Oh, right, I remember. They were deliberately trying to make things sound like weird. They said they creamed their toes, as in they were putting like lotion on their feet for like normal skin stuff, but they were deliberately phrasing everything as lewd as they possibly could. And eventually we did ban them. After the second or third match, like, all right, I need you to stop that. It's like, that is definitely a boundary cross there. Like, it's one thing to, like, make the occasional, like, sort of lewd joke, but these are getting, like, way too far. So we did end up banning the person because they couldn't respect boundaries. But we had, like, 2 or 3 people, and it wasn't, like, all in, like, one quick window. That's, you know, maybe one person coming back on, like, separate accounts or whatever. And it was like, what is going on? How thirsty are people? I think I literally told her, I was like, hey, you need to take a cold shower or something, and then try again after that. Because, like, it's one thing if, like, someone is straight up like being like very, very directly lewd, then they probably wouldn't last, because it'd be like, yeah, that, like, we all know that's crossing a boundary, you're gone. But it was just that stuff that was like very much in that, okay, this does not feel good. I don't want this. Like, where's the place I draw the line here? Like, you know, you're trying to do that evaluation, because this is the first time I ran into that on stream. Like, I've run into that in, like, real life, in-person kind of stuff. Someone, like, very clearly crossing a boundary. And usually, I just exit stage left. Or, like, if it's, like, I've only had it once in a professional environment, as, you know, and I kind of pulled him aside and was like, here's the deal, you will not do that. It's like, I am not above bringing HR in on this. You will not do that. I am a married man, and you will not make these kind of comments around me. I don't need that problem. Well, I was passing this truck, and then they sped up, and now we're going the same speed-ish, and so now we're doing that situation where I'm in the left lane, and I'm not passing, and I'm making things worse. And I believe... Oh, wait, I can go 5. Like, there's a weird, like... Okay, good. The other truck apparently just slammed on its brakes, so that works out. Oh, Alright, so I'm actually not going to take this exit. I'm going to go right over it. Because we got a rest stop right... Oh, actually, no, we aren't. Because I'm pretty sure if I take that rest stop, I'm committed to the highway for like another 50 miles. But we do need to hit a rest stop soon, or we're going to start getting fined for driving too long without sleeping. And also, our character's being over the top with this yawning.
It's not exactly clear whether they even truly exist, or could be shown to, in the physical universe. If they do, if one day
Okay.
finds a use for them, that's great. But if not, that's great too.
Alright. Let's see. It's so quickly understood how this stream and chat is completely comfy and relaxed and respectful. I know another streamer who is married and his chat is insanely lewd and flirtatious, and it's funny. I think some people see that chat and think they can go for almost anything in stream chat. Yeah, well that's, one recommendation I make people who are new to both streaming as well as, like, being active on stream, like chatting and all that, is usually one of the things that's good to do, is if you're going to ask for a participating conversation outside, like asking a question about the game or whatever, is just take a second to kind of get a read on the rooms, as it were. Just, like, sit there for a minute and be like, okay, let's just see the way people are talking here. And then, you know, fall into that range. Because it usually only takes, like, 2-3 minutes of conversation to really get a feel for what the lines are. And then plus... A lot of channels, and this is something I think I want to be better about, is they will actually, you know, it can be a wall of text, but they'll have kind of their outline of here's the rules. Like, you know, they're like especially a lot for a lot of female streamers, they'll be like, don't give me pet names. Like no pet names, no hun, no baby, no this. And I think that's a very good rule for them to have, because I personally feel we guys are a lot worse about boundary respecting than, and I don't mean like individuals, I mean as a large collective group. So not calling out individuals specifically, there are those individuals, but generally speaking, we tend to push the boundaries more. So I do think it's good for them to be like, hey, you know what? Don't give me cute pet names. Like, you know, that's not the relationship we have. That's not what we're here for. This isn't a dating website. If that's a problem. And I think it's good to outline those things, because there will be people who's like, oh, this person's too strict. Good. Let's make sure everyone knows, because ultimately you're not going to get the content you want, and you're going to be a viewer that they're not going to keep around. So it's in your mutual best interest to not stick around in each other's channel. But I do think it's good that people do outline way more, hey, we don't do this, we don't do that. And for me, I describe this channel as generally I try to keep it not necessarily safe for work, not quite that high a bar, but I usually will say like, you know, like in the gray area of safe for work, where it's like maybe the boss kind of like gives you a look out of the corner of the eye, being like, do I need to say something? But never to the point that they actually get up from their chair and walk over and be like, hey, I can't have you watching that now. Or like, hey, you know, that's really not something you should be watching at work or whatever. Like, I want to be in that area, that space. You know, space that, like, someone could watch with their kids in the area, and that would be okay. But not necessarily deliberately going, hey, well, this is, you know, this is quote-unquote kid-friendly. There we go. Because, like, when we play Path of Exile, Path of Exile's got blood, it's got some... Like, you don't notice it because it's so small on the screen, but it does have nudity. Like, all the statues, for the most part, are, you know, they're not clothed, they're showing bits. But again, they're so small, if someone didn't point it out to you, you'd probably never notice. So we do play those kind of games. But, like, generally speaking, I usually don't play things that are, like, particularly bad. Like, that was actually one of the big hesitations that kept me playing for Baldur's Gate 3 for a while, is they have a lot of nudity in that in the game, which is fine. Like, I have no problem with nudity being in games, but for the type of content I put on my channel, generally I'll avoid that. And when it first came out, I was warned that you could turn on, they have like a, hey, don't, you know, get rid of these scenes, but that it was not great. That a lot of stuff that probably should be, you know, like a lot of stuff that probably should have been filtered was getting passed if I turned on that thing. And so that made me hesitant. I mean, at the beginning I wasn't going to stream it anyways because like everyone was streaming it, so I would just kind of get lost between the cracks. You know, and now by the time it's finally starting to wind down, I think it's winding down because people have like just legitimately burnt out on watching it. But you know, they kind of wanted to see the playthrough finish, and it takes a very long time. Baseline it, term family friendly is an oxymoron. Baseline it, term family friendly is an oxymoron. I mean, if you're saying it's an oxymoron in the sense of where people consider family friendly is ambiguous and vague, so what I might consider family friendly might not be what others, I would agree with that, if that's the sentiment you're trying to get across. But yeah, no, I think it's good to actually outline, like, give examples of, like, you know, this is not something we're okay with, that is not something we're, like, give like a bunch of handfuls, like, hey, don't, like, here's the boundaries, like, we ask you respect them. Like, I think it's good for people to establish boundaries right from the get-go. Oh. And not leave it up for people to try and figure them out. Because one, it can be good for accessibility. There are certain accessibility things that do make it more difficult for people to properly gauge what is and isn't appropriate. So if you outline, say, this is, that isn't, it takes out the guesswork, which helps a lot. And then there's also, for people who they have social anxiety kind of problems, not really knowing what is and isn't okay can in itself be a difficult thing for them, because they're like, can I make this joke? I don't know, like, I don't know what the rules are here. But like, you know, deliberately outlining, saying, hey, we don't make these kind of jokes. So like, okay, like, I know I shouldn't make that joke. So it takes a lot of the guesswork out of it, which I think is good for everyone. But it is something that, like, when I first started the channel, I had, like, it wasn't a long list, but it was a decent number of rules that is like, hey, here are the rules of the channel, like, you know, respect them kind of thing. And later on, I was like, that feels a little wall of texty. And really, like, of these 5 or 6 rules, 3 of them would fall under what I would say is, be respectful, be kind to everyone. Like, you don't have to agree with them. Be respectful, be kind. Treat them decently, yada yada. And I got rid of that, and I ended up having a lot more things I had to moderate once I got rid of it and just try to be like, be kind and respectful to everyone. That, I don't know, I guess being rude and combative is considered respectful and kind to some people. I don't know. Insulting people directly, I guess, is kind and respectful to some people. I don't understand, but when I put the rules more outlined, I see less issues. You still have people who flagrantly ignore them, and they don't last long. We don't get too many of those, though. Trying to think, like, if I were to guess an average of how often we end up having to ban someone, I'd probably say it boils down to, like, 1 person every 2.5, 3 weeks. It's really not much. And this is not counting, like, a bot that pops in and says, do you want to be famous? Or, like, whatever garbage that is. Like, this is talking about people who pop in and, like, deliberately say something terrible. And usually it is, like, you only get 1 or 2 messages in, and it's very clear, like, first-time chatter, those expletives, insert political group, expletive, are so, expletive, like, whatever. Like, it's something like that, you immediately gets grabbed by auto mod, and then you just get rid of them on the spot. It's like, I don't care what your views are. When you pop in, the very first thing is you try and pull up a controversial topic. It's gonna be gone. Let's see, didn't you used to pin a message in chat with some guidelines boundary? Not pinned message. I didn't do anything like that. The way it used to be is in the about section. I had a rules, I think I still do have a rules section. Like, I got rid of it and then I brought it back. But I have a rules section that kind of outlines it. And then I also went into, when you first chat in a channel, you are required to hit, like, it'll give you, like, the rules of the channel that we set. And then you have to hit OK before you're allowed to send any message. And that's every single channel has that. Now, the default is something like be kind and be kind and respectful of everyone or something like that. Just like Twitch's default if you do nothing. I can't remember the exact verbiage, but something along that sentiment. But a lot of people go through and, like, again, if someone's like, hey, don't give me cute pet names, you just put a rule for that. And don't get me wrong, people forget about it or don't care. But it's one of those things like, hey, you're already given the first message saying, here's the lines in the sand. And then usually, if it's, like, kind of a minor offense or it's, like, you've been around a while, I'll be like, hey, please don't do that. And as long as the behavior stops, then, no problem. No blood, no foul. Unless it's, like, something truly, truly egregious, like someone drops a bunch of racial slurs. Like, if someone goes that far overboard, there's no warnings. The door hits you hard and fast. But as long as it's something like you say, someone's like, you may not have realized what that term means, or, that's kind of borderline, like, it's something I definitely, like, first-time chatter I'd have a problem with, but, like, I'm gonna give you the benefit of the doubt, please don't. Like, you'll get, like, a, hey, please stop it. And, again, as long as it's not too bad, like, if you're still being kind of a problem, usually then I'll hit you with a timeout. Like, and again, it depends very heavily on the behavior. Obviously, behavior that's, like, really, really, really bad, there's going to be very little, if any, warning. Versus stuff that's like, yeah, that's really just not cool, like, not something we want here. Like, I'll usually give warnings. Or I've had two times where someone who was, like, a regular popped in, and then clearly they had been, like, drinking or whatever. And they're just basically they weren't saying anything, like, particularly problematic, but they were just kind of being a difficult person that night. And it's kind of like, all right, like, time out for the rest of the night, sober up, come back. Like, we don't do this here. And usually they would apologize the next day, and we wouldn't have any more problems like that ever again. And I get, like, sometimes you had a rough day at work, you come home, you're not in a good headspace, and your temper's short or whatever, or, a topic comes up that just happens to get under your skin or whatever the deal is, and that, like, you kind of have to be like, hey, like, you're in timeout. You couldn't take the warnings to drop it, so you're in timeout. Because that was the other one we had, is we had... It wasn't even like a super controversial topic or whatever, but it was, you had two people with differing opinions. And the one was genuinely trying to drop it, and the other one was just not letting it go. And, you know, it got to points like, this is me giving you a very direct warning to drop the topic, or you will be timed out for the rest of the night. And they went for it, and they got timed out for the rest of the night. And again, usually it's not that big of an issue. It is one of those things. So when people end their sub on the channel, they get to, if you want, and most people don't, like the vast majority of people don't, when your sub ends, you can see like, I'm ending my sub for this reason, to like give me as the streamer information. I don't see who said it, but like, hey, like I'm ending my sub because my schedule changed. And that's what most of them are, is my financial situation changed or my schedule changed. And like, that's like 95+% of the reason people unsub. Is just that. And you'll have someone be like, oh yeah, like they're just not playing a game I'm interested in anymore, and that's fair too. But like once in a long while I get someone who's like, I had a bad interaction with the streamer, and you're like, I just want to know who it was, not to ask a bunch of questions, because you're like, what was the bad interaction? And I've certainly had some interactions where people, if they provide the reason for the sub, yes, I don't see who did it, just like that, you know, one person whose sub ended this past month labeled it as, my financial situation changed. You call it a different vibe, you got a wide variety of streamers who get drunk or whatnot. Oh yeah, there are channels who they 100% get plastered and all that, and they are the ones who are behaving borderline belligerently, and some people are into that. If that's what it is, you know, that's great, that's that channel, everyone has their own vibe. But yeah, it's the ones that, like, I had a bad interaction with the streamer. You kind of want to be like, I just want to... It's like, you just want to know what was the lead up to that. You know, in case you said something that you're like, yeah, you know what, that was wrong of me. Because I had that once or twice where, like, I misread a sentence like, hey, we don't do that there. And the person's like, what'd I do? And then your reader is like, oh, crap. There was a very important operative word in there that I missed that changed it from something totally fine to something really not okay. It's on me, and I'll usually apologize on the spot if that happens, but it's super rare. I think it's only happened like once or twice the entire time we've had the channel. But then there's people who, they've come in, they've said something that was really unacceptable, and like you're like, hey, we are not going to do that here. And, you know, it's not something that they got banned for because they didn't push it or whatever. And it's like, you know, maybe that was the bad interaction, at which point, to me, that bad interaction was a good interaction. You know, someone did something that was obviously very unacceptable behavior, and you shut it down, and they got upset about it. You know what? Win. That is a win in my book. That's a person who they can take their sub, they can pack it up, and they can take it home with them. You know, I can create a channel that caters to a wide audience, that we are very inclusive, but that does mean people who would exclude others need to be excluded. And I'm more than prepared to do that if someone causes problems. Just the nature of how it works. But yeah, so I only see the reasoning if you provide one, because you're not required to. If it just expires, I don't see the reason, because there's no reason. You've let it expire. It's only when you go out of the way that you set up a recurring sub, and then you go to end the recurring sub that it asks you a question. I think you can skip it. I don't end up doing that very often. I have a couple of people I have recurring subs for that, you know, their channels I like, their channels I watch. And I also want to support them. So even though I have Twitch Prime, I do sub to a couple other channels. Which I don't need to say names, because it's not about like plugging them or whatever, or being like, look how wonderful I am, I'm supporting other people or whatever. Plus they have good emotes. Like, actually that's been one of the bummers. A couple channels that I used to be subbed with, they stopped streaming, so, you know, eventually you're like, okay, well, there's no reason for me to be subbed to someone who's not streaming. Like, you want to kind of support the person because you know you're going through like tough times or whatever, but you're like, okay, but also you're only getting a fraction of this money. Like, if I wanted to, like, if I was going to support this, I should more directly support you if I'm trying to support this cause or whatever. For a lot of them, they stop streaming and they, like, just drop off the map. There's another option, comment section, but you need a selection. Yeah, and then you can probably type in a comment, then I'd probably see the typed in comment would be my guess. We've also had, the vast majority of people you ban, that's just the end of it. You do have people who ban appeal, and I would definitely say, of all the ban appeals I've had only like 2 or 3 that were actually like genuinely trying to get the appeal through. And one of them we actually, so I think the entire time we've had the channel, I've allowed 2 ban appeals to go through. One was very legitimately the person should not have been banned. It was a mix-up. The comment got seen out of context and, you know, got jumped on. And don't get me wrong, out of context, if I saw that comment, I would have absolutely jumped on the ban as well. But within the context, it was okay. And it was just like a genuine mistake. You know, and I apologize to the person, we unbanned them and everything, and they were really cool with it, and they're still around today. Yeah, like, they're still a regular. It's just genuinely, like, there was a mistake made. Which, you know, like, even for the person who did it, I was like, no, you did, like, from where you were at, the frame of reference you had, you did the correct behavior. It's just the circumstances caused this. And then the other one, the other one we went through, they had made a joke that was kind of like, that's really not cool. No, I do think I'm gonna ban this person. And they appealed and they're like, hey man, you like, it's like I was having a rough day and I was being a butt. Like, that's not usually how I am. Like, you know, I'm sorry. But you know what, I'll let you slide. I don't think they ever came back, but it was one of those things like, okay. Like, this person seems to, like, at least they're pretending, if not genuinely seem to not have meant it the way they did, and they seem to, like, regret it and all that, so sure. You know, I am someone who believes in second chances. The vast majority of time, it's ban appeal. F you and your, you know, woke, whatever. Like, they'll go on some tirade and you're like, okay, no. Or my favorite one was we had someone, and I can't even remember what they did to get the ban in the first place. They're just being a butt. And they put in the ban appeal, and they're like, I thought torturing streamers would be funny. You know, please unban me. And I'm kind of scratching my head, I'm like, why would I unban you? It's like, you never showed that you, like, regretted it. You never showed that you won't do it again. You were just like, I thought this would be funny. Please unban me. And I'm like, but that's implying you're just gonna keep doing it. I don't understand. What kind of argument is this? And also, laugh out loud, how much fun. Yeah, it's also those things I'm like, and honestly, if someone's like, yeah, torturing another person sounds like fun to me, I'm like, why would I want you around? If this is like the default place your mind goes, you're like, ah, torture. That sounds like a larth. Definitely. I should do that. That is a fun activity. Oh my god, probably playing Truck Simulator again? Yep, we had a pull. For the record, we'll definitely be playing this again. I don't have the date in front of me. I want to say it's like mid-November, late November. It is November. No, I think it's late November. Oh no, is this the one that has it doesn't matter. Basically what's happening is right now, the big things we got coming up so far is like with dates attached to them. None of them are like big sponsored things, whatever. Why are you, get off your brakes. Go faster, good friend. We have the 14th, we're gonna be doing Coral Island for its 1.0 release. I think it's the 17th. We're gonna be doing Farming Simulator 22 for it's got a DLC release going on there as well. And that one's a dare drop. And for those who don't know what dare drop is, it is a thing where I, as the creator, sign up for a dare drop. I said, I'm gonna do this, and I go, okay, here's a list of 20 dares you can choose from. And then, like, depending on how many average viewers, you get to choose so many. I think I could choose like 8. And you can choose like 8 of them. And some of them will be easy things like play with another person. You'll have some that'll be like, okay, make a hay bale. You know, whatever. There'll be a list of them. And then when you finish them, they'll give you rewards. And most of the rewards will be things like, I'll get an extra key for the DLC that I can give out on chat. Or sometimes it'll be really dumb things like, you can have a farming simulator background. And usually when there's those, I don't even bother. Like, I'll be like, okay, it's just a background. If anyone wants it, no one ever takes it because, I mean, they're lame. It's like, it's an image. I can go on the internet. I'm capable. But you get the idea. Some of them are fun stuff like that. Some of them, like, they'll give me as the creator points on Daredrop. And ultimately, those points can be exchanged for money. So to be clear, it does support the channel. Now, granted, it's nothing like an actual sponsor. Like, sponsors are one of the primary ways that creators make money. And that's game sponsors, at least for this channel. Like, you know, Farming Simulator 22 might sponsor me for a 2-hour stream, and when that happens, it's like usually literally like a week or two worth of subs and bits and all that in a sponsorship. Like, that's how big a deal it is. And it's great because, you know, people get to see a game that I probably want to play in the first place. We get to learn new games, all that kind of stuff. I don't have any obligations like get people to sign up and do all sorts of nonsense. I don't take those sponsorship. I took HelloFresh way back at the beginning stream, and I haven't taken anything like that since. Like, it's not an affiliate, it's a sponsorship thing. But Dare Drops is like only a fraction as much. But it's a game I'm gonna play anyways, so the fact that they kick a little bit money over, that's nice. But so we've got Farming Simulator on, I believe that's the 17th. And then the ones I'm trying to remember, I think next is Construction Simulator, which I have not actually played, but it's kind of in that same realm of American Truck Simulator, Farming Simulator, whatever, where it's, you know, it simulates a job, but it's construction. But, you know, get your big heavy machine, drive that. And I think that's the 21st. And I think the next one's like December 1st or something like that. Which I think is American Truck Simulator for their Texas DLC. But the Construction Simulator, Farming Simulator, and American Truck Simulator are all Dare Drops. And for the record, those are all made by different companies. There are no partnerships between them. They just happen to all be simulation games. But it was of like the next 6 Dare Drops that are popping out. 3 of them are simulation, and all of the kind of alley of games I would generally play on the channel anyways. You wouldn't suggest playing Half Sword? I've heard good things about Half Sword. It looks interesting. I don't think I'll play it on the channel. It just feels like a game that's kind of misaligned with the types of games I usually do play on the channel. Like, I don't think it'd be like a bad game on the channel or anything like that. But it is kind of a silly just hit people, get all bloody, all that. I know I wouldn't be able to play... Like, I wouldn't be able to stream onto TikTok. I would be able to play Half Sword because it's got red blood, and that's a no-no on TikTok. And that's not even joking. That's actually a thing. TikTok, you're not allowed to have red blood. Not that, like, you know, generally if something has red blood, it's not that I won't play it. It just means that day will be a no TikTok day, which... Sorry, TikTok, that's just the way it is. If they're going to have stricter rules, I'm not going to not play games over it. We actually played, I believe, was it Ranch Simulator? Man, there's been so many we played. I feel like we played Ranch Simulator. We have played a lot of simulators that a lot of them, like, there's some that are good, there's some of them are really bad, and there's some that I'm like, okay, this is good, but also maximum jank. No, we played Ranger Simulator, that's right. Like Park Ranger Simulator. I don't think we played Ranch Simulator. I think I'm mixing up games. Which Park Ranger Simulator was not a bad game, but you gotta have a pretty good stomach for jank. Because it was a real jank game. A lot of it endearing, a little bit of it frustrating, but it was decent. There's a lot of the games, unfortunately, that end up being like the simulation style games that are kind of lower budget. it tends to be accessibility problems. That, like, it'll be like, do this objective, and you kind of scratch your head and go, all right, you said, pick up the plant. I'm in a forest. I'm going to need you to give me a little bit more information, or like an arrow or something, because everything here is the plant. I'm going to need you to be a little bit more emphasis on the part of the plant here. Not that I need you to guide me and make me do everything, but like, right now I'm looking at about 1,000 things that would fit the description you've provided. And I don't feel like clicking on every single tree, bush, and flower to try and figure out which specific tree, bush, or flower you're referring to in this immediate moment. Or we did the pool cleaning simulator, and funnily, like, pool cleaning simulator actually had a lot of good things going for it, but there was just some quality of life stuff it was missing over Power Wash Simulator that just were like, this is actually hard to play and enjoy, because like, clean this, and you'd hit a button and be like, all right, well, I've apparently missed some part of this thing that's like 40 foot by 20 foot by 10 foot, and my pressure washer covers a couple inches at a time, and I don't see anything, and there's no like highlight the part that is dirty that I can find. So I guess I just rewash the whole thing again until I find the magic spot I'm missing. But then there's also been a bunch of games that I would also say are kind of low budget that did really well. Like we did Sports Arena Renovator or Renovation, I can't remember. That one ended up actually being pretty decent. But it was definitely a lower budget one of the games in that genre. But it's one where you go into like an old tennis court that, you know, the nets are all rotting, the you know, there's litter everywhere. Tipped over trash cans, the paints are all gross, like the walls are all gross, the paint's peeling and all that. And you go over and you renovate the whole thing, and there's a really big catharsis to that style of game where you take something that's like absolutely awful when you begin it, and you get like, oh, clean it up, you decorate it the way you'd like, and then you finish it, you finish the contract, you do it. Like it fits the whole thing like House Flipper, where you take a house, you clean it up, you know, when you're doing the contract, you do the mission. Otherwise, you take an empty house, you knock out the broken walls and all that. You clean up the whole property, you sweep it up, carpet it, paint the walls, you know, put in the furnishings. You know, and that can be a lot of fun. Again, very cathartic to take something that's a total disaster and make it nice. Or one of the games I've meant to go back to, like not necessarily on stream, but on my own time, is Hotel. I can't remember if it's Renovation or Renovator. But that ended up actually being really good. Like, it was one of those games I'm like, I could totally see just playing this and knocking out all the achievements in it. It's also one where we made half the bedrooms cursed. That I found there was a sticker of a giraffe looking at the camera that was like, there's no background to it. It's like almost like it's green screened. And I started going into each of the bedrooms after I found that, and I put it like it's peeking over the bed, and it was like super creepy, but it was incredibly hilarious. So you go in this like playful, colorful, you know, whatever warm color room, and there'd be this like, everything would like look great, it would be stylish, it would have all this stuff, and there'd be this weird giraffe looking over the bedpost, just like in the direction of the bed. They had multiple rooms that were obnoxiously pink. But it was fun, because that one they'd be like, okay, like it was hotel, but it almost felt like you're more like apartment renovator, that you'd have someone who'd be like staying at your hotel long term, so basically treating it like an apartment, but they'd have their own things they'd want. And you know, after every once in a while I'd be like, hey, you know, I've been here a while, I'd actually like this extra thing to make my room a little bit nicer. And, you know, you'd do it, and you could, like, charge them more rent or anything. You know, because they're happier, just game mechanics. And, of course, you'd have the thing is like, hey, I would like this giant dining room table. And you'd scratch your head and go, oh my god, I did not leave enough space for this. And you'd spend, like, 20 minutes trying to just rearrange the entire room to like put this gargantuan table in there and figure out what chairs you could trade out for the ones you have to actually fit in the room, which sounds awful, but it was actually a lot of fun. They did have weird things in that game where there was a chicken who would show up and it'd run around, you'd have to catch it because reasons. It didn't really seem to be related to anything, it was a weird mini game. We had, what else did you have to do in that? There was like a whole story that I won't spoil, but like I will say the thing, because this isn't spoiling anything here, which is that the way you get the hotel is like, I think you buy it from your uncle or your grandfather, your family figure, and then there's a whole story related to that. And I won't spoil the way the story plays out. But it's like, it's not that you inherited it, you somehow got the hotel, like you saved up your money and bought it kind of thing. Which is, which I could segue perfectly well into, we were having a discussion the other night, that's like, it's weird to watch someone do my job. Yeah, Orange. Of course it's the video game, so you'll probably be like, wait, you have to do this extra thing, but the game doesn't require it. Or, hey, you did that thing that's strictly not allowed in this job, you get lots of trouble. Or, you know, you do one delivery of candy and get $78,000. You go, I'm sorry, you do not get paid that much for delivering candy. The margins are not that generous. If only you could work, like, what, 6, 7, 8 hours to do a delivery, like real life hours to do a delivery for candy and get $78,000. Everyone would be a trucker. And by that I mean they wouldn't, because it'd be an oversaturated field, but I'll be here encouraging you to hit the cars. Vent frustration. To be fair, they're all over their brakes right now and I'm not a fan of it. But, Road Rage Simulator. So, there is actually a game. I think getting it to run on your computer would be very difficult. There is a game called Bad Mother Truckers. It is a comedy-style game. It's the same principle as American Truck Simulator, but predates it by, like, 20 years? I don't know, 15, 20 years, somewhere in that ballpark. So like much lower graphic fidelity, far less realistic, but you play as you can play as people, let's see. What were the names? There was Kiddos, there was Mary Jo, there was Bubba. So you get the idea of the character you're playing, and they're caricatures of these people. It's not just people with those names. But they're characters of that, where they lean into it. But the game actually rewards you for driving recklessly and doing all that. So like, if you hit a car, your truck takes a little bit of damage, and like you would lose a little bit of money, but you get like a bonus. But the thing is, if you can chain hitting cars, you like swerve and you hit like, I can't remember, like you just keep hitting more and more cars and all that kind of stuff. It says there it goes, you know, Hick from hell, Bad Mother Trucker. And once you hit enough of them, all the cars will get icons over them. The next car you hit, depending on which one you hit, will give you like a full repair of your truck, or it'll refuel your tank, or it'll give you bonus money, or like whatever. And so the game like rewards you for driving between point A and B, and just not just hitting any car. Like if you have one car by itself, it's like, all right, you know, if I hit this car, I'm going to take more damage than I'm going to benefit. But like when you see groups of cars just slamming through car after car after car to like get your thing. Oh, it is funny. But like good luck getting it to run nowadays. I remember I had the CD floating around here somewhere. And just, you know, I was having a little nostalgia thing. I was like, you know what? I remember having fun with that game and I never really did finish it. Maybe I'll go back and I'll play it. And tried for a couple of hours to get to run and just went, never mind. There's a lot of games from those like 90s to early 2000s that were made with the specific hardware available at the time in mind that just it's not that you can't get them to work, it is a whole process. Like either to like load the game in DOS box and limit the CPU available to DOS box and yada yada yada. Probably run in a VBox. Yeah, you could probably run in a virtual machine like a virtual machine, probably Windows 95, 98 kind of era. Running on it, Windows ME. Because I think that's what I had when I ran it. Maybe XP? XP might be pushing a little in the, I don't remember exactly when it came out. Maybe it would run on XP. XP might be pushing too far. Because that one was definitely a Windows game. But it was like Windows 9X ME XP maybe era game. And like the me right now looks back and say, it didn't look bad. Like it was simplistic graphics and everything. It wasn't realism in any way. Like it was cartoony. Like 3D cartoony, but cartoony. It's like, I'm sure it'll look fine. And then you probably pull it up and go, oh, this is terrible. There's probably someone who reverse engineered it to modern systems. Probably. I don't know if it had a big enough following to warrant that. Like it was a fun game, but I felt like as well as games that I don't know if they didn't market enough or it just didn't find its audience or whatever. It felt like as well as games that you got free with something and you would have never bought it otherwise. And then you got it in your hands and you're like, well, I might as well install it. And went, oh, this is actually fun. You did Lego Rock Raider? I mean, that's Lego. You got people super obsessed with Lego, so it doesn't surprise me someone would take the time for that one. Even if it's like some niche Lego game that no one cared about. I have no idea about that specific game. That isn't a comment towards that. You might just watch a playthrough of its retrofitting. I hope maybe the game's reverse engineering these games. Yeah. I wonder if you might be able to find YouTube footage of it. Like, I'm pretty sure it predates YouTube, but it does feel like the kind of game that YouTube would have been out, but people would have still had computers that, could run it and may have recorded. It would have been before Let's Play really kicked off on YouTube. Like, we're talking, this is going back to the days of History of Dance and Charlie Bit Me and those kind of videos being like the big videos of the day. You thought it was niche, but apparently it's got a cult following. Well, that's the thing. It's Lego. There are people who are really, really into Lego. Like, really, really into Lego. Oh, Dave After the Dentist? Yep. There's been some fun videos to look at about like the evolution of YouTube. About like what was the thing YouTube was kind of known for at the time, like what was the popular thing. And a lot of it had to do, and almost entirely was just what the algorithm was pushing at the time. Because there was a YouTube executive about a year or two ago who was like, oh yeah, at YouTube we have no real control about what direction the platform is gonna go. I was like, that's not true. All you have to do is tweak the algorithm so it promotes or benefits one genre over another. Congratulations, that genre will win. It might take a little while, and it's probably not good for your platform if you push in a weird direction, but you can absolutely do that. Like, just every time they've tweaked the algorithm, it's basically they've chose the type of content that would be the winner. Not who would win, necessarily, but like the nature of the content that would be the winner. Don't give me a red light ticket. This person was not going. Because like early YouTube is viral videos. Is that one-off video that did something ridiculous. You really didn't have many channels that that had longevity to it. It'd be like you'd have this one channel, it would have its one-off video, that video would explode, and that's what that channel did. If they were lucky, a little bit later on, you'd start having people who kind of figured out ways to make viral videos that you could like spin out, you know, a bunch of videos that occasionally would be a viral one, so you'd manage to stick around. After that, you started getting a lot more edited videos, so far as like animation stuff, music stuff, that kind of stuff would start picking up a whole bunch. Then you started getting to like YouTube then you went to like Let's Play kind of videos. That kind of kicked it off. And the reason why Let's Play, you know, took over from a lot of like the heavily edited animations and all that was YouTube changed its algorithm to reward basically the more hours viewed was the big number that they cared about after that. Not just how many unique viewers you had, that kind of stuff. It was strictly like how many hours people watched. So having, you know, a 6-hour video, if you could get people to sit there and watch all 6 hours, would just perform for days over, you know, some cute 3-minute music video that you spent months editing and like getting, you know, a bunch of important voice actors and a whole bunch of people singing and all that. Even if like everyone saw that music video, the total playtime was so short. Yeah, we don't need to call out any individual content creators. I don't have really a strong opinion one way or the other, but I generally try to not disparage against other content creators. Because we're not supposed to do it on Twitch. You're not supposed to disparage against other Twitch streamers. Now granted, Mr. Beast is primarily YouTube, but like, generally I'm not gonna disparage. But, so Let's Play picked up in a big way for a while. And then they made more tweaks to the algorithm, which led to internet personalities being the big thing now. And what I mean by that is, like, it still could be people Let's Play, it still could be people doing their channels, like, stuff. But, like, don't tell me I missed it already. There you go. Like, where, you know, like, really kind of big personalities, you know, the Markipliers, the Jacksepticeyes, all those, like, the big personality kind of streamers. And that's kind of been where it's been since. Like, it's still, I would say, YouTube generally favors big personality kind of people. So bear with me, chat, because I need to use the restroom real fast. So I'm going to quickly put up an away screen, and I will be back here in just a moment. So thank you again for tuning in, and I'll be right back. I think it is actually only 2 or 3 zombies on the outside. The inside, that is sheer terror on the inside. Oh my god. Holy hell. Yeah, I completely retract my statement that, I was like, I don't think there's 30,000 zombies in there by the numbers I'm seeing. Individual groups or whatever like that. Oh, you legitimately scared the crap out of that. That's the first time I've been gotten with that in a long time. Whoever did that, you were well-timed, probably Cookie. Because this is legit a place that always makes me nervous. And I was looking at chat for a second, and the noise played, and I thought I had just gotten got. It's very rare that I actually get caught by that, and that was like, I'm not afraid to admit when I do get legitimately caught. Well played. I wanted to inform you that I've subscribed to your vlog. In the recent post, consisted of you in minimal apparel diving into a newly constructed natatorium. Afterwards, I took note the beads of water shimmering off your epidermal layer, and as such, I felt content to report my observations to you. However, my observations were inconclusive, so I have no choice but to closely monitor the future video logs for possible reoccurring instances of dermal hydrosis. Henceforth, the aforementioned subscription, all in the name of science, of course. Regards, Victoria. Oh, this is my coworker. Not the... Hang on. I thought... Alright. But see, most of those big personalities are having families, which is crazy to think that we watch them go through these stages of their lives. You feel like most of us grew up with early uncensored internet. I mean, yeah. Like, that's kind of what things. I think we were right about to fall asleep in this truck. Yeah, so we're getting to sleepy in the truck. Yeah, that's kind of one of those things is like... You think about how long YouTube has been around now. And it's been like 15 plus years. Like, I don't know the exact figure off the top of my head. It's been a while. And so you've got people who've been around for a very long time. You know, that grew with the platform. They've been relevant on the platform for a very long time. You know, they've gotten married, had kids, bought their house. You know, some of those kids are actually starting to get, you know, be mid-teens. Like, that's just how much time has passed. Like, that was, with the announcement that we're gonna get the next installment of Grand Theft Auto trailer in December. Like, Rockstar has confirmed that. Where everyone's been saying it's, you know, it got leaked that Grand Theft Auto 6 is gonna have a trailer in the next couple of weeks or whatever they had for the actual verbiage. And then Rockstar was like, okay, yeah, we're gonna have a trailer, you know, mid-December, whatever their date was. And there's been a thing going on now that it's like, we're finally getting like the next one, that people have been, this is what I looked like when GTA 5 released, this is what I look like now pictures. And it has been a hilarious and depressing meme. Because you look at people, it's like, oh, you're just a little baby. You're just so little. And then you're like, now you're just a full-grown adult. Like, you're like 12 or 13. You're just a little kid. And then you see the next picture, like, oh, wow, you're like almost in your like, you're in your 20s now. Like, you're a full-grown voting adult at this point. But it's been an interesting meme where you like you'll see a bunch of people like they just look like an adult, and like in the next one they're like their hair's graying and all that because it's, you know, it's been like a decade, you know, and a decade's a long time. Yeah, I don't know what word you'd search for the meme, but that's been like a meme on Twitter and all that. I think the last couple of days, just now that they've confirmed that it is in fact going to, like, for realsy, they didn't say GTA 6 in the Rockstar thing. They said the next installment of Grand Theft Auto, which is probably GTA 6. Wait till they turn around and be like Grand Theft Auto Immortal, now available on your phone. That way you can have microtransactions with your microtransactions, and you can wait for energy to recover between heists. To be fair, Grand Theft Auto is already pretty horrific with its microtransactions and the shark cards and all that. GT Online, is pretty predatory. Like, it started out okay, and they just kind of got worse and worse and worse about that stuff over the years. They started to realize just how much of a cash cow they had. They just kept digging in their heels deeper and deeper, being like, no, more money. It's like the only reason we didn't get a GTA, like the next installment of GTA for like 10 years was they just realized they could just milk GTA Online for a super long time. I honestly think the only reason we're getting the next GTA is because GTA Online started suffering real bad. That they need to do something to refresh it. And it's still making huge money, it's just not making as huge of money it used to. Which honestly, to me, I could have easily seen myself sinking literally thousands of hours into GTA Online if they would have actually properly handled, cheaters and just toxicity and all that stuff. Like, if they had actually gone through and, like, nipped that in the bud and kept on top of it. Oh, come on. I mean, that was my fault, but come on. But, like, if they would have kept on top of it, because that's what ruined it for me, was I just got tired of, like, you couldn't have a single play session where you wouldn't have someone who was, like, making the sky rain fire or some nonsense. We would try out more GTA if there is GTA 6 online. Well, there's absolutely going to be GTA Online for GTA 6. I actually fully expect them to transition GTA 5 Online to GTA 6. Like, literally just make it GTA Online and just move it forward. And they probably will have a point that you have to buy GTA 6 to play. Like, I can't imagine they don't do the online thing with how much money they made, and I can't imagine they keep them separate. They'll bring that forward. And then GTA RP, that'll adapt itself to it. I don't think I will do GTA RP again, though. Like, I had a good time with it, but it was just way too much of a time sink because of the fear of missing out being so real. Like, I'm glad I did it. I had a good time. I don't think I'd do it again. It is just way too much of a time vampire. It's the same reason why, like, I go back and forth where I'll have times where, like, I would love to have, like, the next MMO, that kind of thing. And then I start messing with one, and then you get to, like, daily quests and all that, and I go, hang on a second, actually, I don't want this. Because you start to remember how much of an absolute time vampire it is to log on each and every day to do your daily quests so you can get your rep grind, so you can do your thing, and every one of them does it. Not literally everyone, but they always have, like, some mechanic that's like, nah, you gotta log in today. Can't miss out on your thing. That electricians are the easiest job you can do because it is light work. I see what you did there. Quite a shocking development. I feel quite charged. Hey, I'm sorry. Hey, Hillets. I'm struggling with words. Oh my god, thank you for making it go faster. I was like, why is this 25? It's a 4-lane highway with a median. Why is it 25 miles per hour? Wait, am I picking up candy from a ranch? Okay. Alright. The sign, I think, said Scott Ranch on it. And I was about to say, like, wait a second, what sketchy candy am I picking up that I'm going to some, like, farm ranch agricultural kind of place to pick up, like, packaged candy at? This is giving GTA vibes of nefarious things. Yeah, instead we're going to Walbert, where we're apparently picking up candy to take someplace else. Which also, for the record, feels weird to go to, like... I mean, this could be a well, no, this is not a distribution center. Maybe it is. Doesn't look like a distribution center. Oh, back at the truck's fine. Like, honestly, even even backing up with a trailer doesn't bother me much. When you have the double trailer, that's a bad time. We didn't have a trailer? No, I was getting the trailer. We're picking up. We're starting our delivery. That's the reason why it's like, it's weird that I'm at, yeah, this is not a distribution center. That is the actual store. Why am I picking up a whole bunch of things? Scotch Ranch is a ranch-flavored Scotch liquor developed in the 80s in southern Canada. Okay. Still a weird place to pick up children's candy for Halloween. Makes slightly more sense. Maybe there could be a bunch of those like little wax beer bottle kind of candies, but liquor. Yeah, I can back up with a trailer. It's in this one you can get where you have the trailer behind the trailer. Getting that to cooperate for me, like I understand how it's supposed to work, but it doesn't mean I can execute on that plan. So do you get traffic tickets for bad driving? Yes. So if I hit other vehicles, I want to say hitting another vehicle is $900. Speeding, it depends on how much you're speeding by. Running red lights and stop signs, you get in trouble for that. There is some stuff like going into the other lanes and all that. That I don't really have a fix on because it seems kind of just random when it hits you with that kind of stuff. You also get tickets, for example, as a trucker, you're required to get enough sleep kind of thing. So you can't just drive 16 hours without breaks. So they do have it in the game that as your character gets tired, once they get tired enough, you're required to stop and sleep. Otherwise, you start getting tickets if you keep driving while sleepy. You can turn off most of those things, by the way. And I have been tempted to turn a bunch of them off. Oh, wait. That's our turn. Fire hydrant? I think I'll get around you, actually. I thought I was going to clip the fire hydrant. Do you have a bottle in your truck for you know what? No, we took the steel bladder trait. No, there's no traits this game. No, it doesn't simulate a lot of that stuff. Like, for example, when you get in trouble, like you get caught speeding, it's not like you have to pull off the road and the cop comes up and they do all that sort of stuff. It's literally, you just get a thing that goes, you know, like little cha-ching noises, like you got charged $900 or whatever the amount is. So there's no like, oh, I'm going to escape the cops so they can't ticket me or anything like that. It's just an automatic, instantaneous you get fined. Like, if you're speeding, it's not the moment you start speeding you get fined. You pass a cop, it's just instantly you get fined. So it's just not the style of game. Like, it's not Grand Theft Auto or whatever. The idea is you're supposed to mostly play it like real-life trucking. Now, granted, you could choose to not care about the fines and just go with it. That is certainly an option. Like, and I can blast through these red lights and just go careening down the highway and yada yada yada. And a lot of people do. Oh no, I have no interest in working at Amazon. Like very genuinely, this is going back 8 years, 9 years, I don't remember exactly when. I actually got a job offer working corporate side Amazon, but you know, you hear about the horror stories of like what they do to the people farther down the pipe. I'm like, no, I don't want to be involved in that. Graphics look nice. Yeah, it's a pretty gorgeous game. I kind of wish that I had some of the DLC for some of the places like Oregon and all that, because each of the different states has a little bit more variance, like a little bit different aesthetic to it. And so a lot of the maps I have are some mix of like temperate and a little bit of like plains, and then lots of desert. Lots and lots of desert. And it can get a little samey at times. Let's see. Mel saying, Amazon Luxembourg tries to headhunt me about once per month. Can you imagine? Luxembourg, of all places. Shark Tank. I actually don't know much about Luxembourg. But, no, I don't even remember where the job would have been. Like, I couldn't, it's been too long. I'm not even sure they actually said where it was. I don't think we necessarily got that far. Might be why I don't remember. But, like, within my tech stack, like, I'm very well known, like, a lot of people took my courses to learn and whatnot. Which I won't point people to those courses because those have my real life name and all that. And it's those things that I figure if someone's motivated enough to figure out who I am, like there's no stopping them. But that's always true. But I try and keep as much of that separate as possible. Which is one of the things that makes me kind of happy is that, you know, well, tonight's been super quiet because I guess Amazon had some type of issue and like half the viewers got dumped at some point for technical reasons. I don't know. Or they just weren't interested, which is fine too. But like the fact that without name dropping myself, I kind of managed to build up a partnered stream and all that. Which, you know, of course, people helped to make it happen, and I don't want to say I didn't benefit from anything like that. But the fact that I was able to more than once find success in that regard really kind of, it validates things. Because there was definitely stuff with my dev career that, you know, later on in my career, it's like, hey, did I benefit? Like, you know, there were things as, like, this shouldn't have gone my way. Like, you know, someone else is the better candidate or whatever. You know, did I benefit from things I'd rather not have benefited from? Which, the answer is yes. But would I have been able to achieve those without that? You know, is the question on the table. And this kind of helps me feel a little bit better about that, being like, yeah, you know, obviously I didn't know what I didn't know. But, with all that said, the fact that I'm able to repeat it kind of thing, not necessarily to the same extent, does mean something. Oh yeah, this road. Weirdly, this road seems like the texture's broken. Like, we didn't notice it today, but like, I've come by here plenty of times. It's just like where that blackness is. I think there's supposed to be a texture there that just isn't. And it's been weird like that. Maybe we stop for gas on the way by here, because we're literally going to drive past a gas station right here. We're at about, well, I mean, we're probably fine. Nah, we'll stop. I'm sitting there going back and forth, because like, oh, we have a long time still. No. Yeah, if I fill up now, I won't need to fill up again during this trip. Oh, can I not fill up here? I have to go for the middle ones? Well, never mind. I'll deal with that garbage. That's right, you back off, truck. I'm just doing my thing. I'll just do my thing over here. Yeah, because like with that, it's like I wasn't going to be able to correct the turns. I was going to have to do the thing where I'd like back out. I'm like, yeah, that's fine. I was waffling about even if I wanted to do the stop for gas, because we're still at like half a tank, so we're nowhere near needing to stop for gas yet. but the kind of thing I was looking at with it was like, okay, I can stop for gas though now with top off, and that'd mean I'd definitely have enough to finish the entire thing. Do you use joystick or keyboard? I'm using a keyboard. I do have a HOTAS, which is, you know, hands-on throttle and stick. But I don't really have the desk space for it since I got like all the stream set up, so I actually haven't used it really but like one time since I started streaming. But I used to use it heavily for Elite Dangerous. And then before, like, did a little bit of that kind of stuff. I would get what's the word? I did a little bit for American Flight Simulator. I actually enjoyed Microsoft Flight Simulator. I really enjoyed Microsoft Flight Simulator, but I didn't really go back to it much. I don't know why. Like, I had a lot of fun. It's just, I think maybe just other games came out the same time, so it was kind of one of those things where I had fun with it, but I was more interested in a different game at the time. Probably Path of Exile. You should get a wheel? Yeah, but that costs money. And I'll let you in on a little secret. Streaming is not the most lucrative thing in the world. I also understand the wheels, generally speaking. If you don't, like, you don't need to get one super expensive or anything like that. But if you get one that's really cheap, it usually feels really cheap and is a bad time. At least that's what I've been told. I don't really have personal experience to go with that. I think I've owned one wheel ever. We're talking back to GamePort days. And that one was cheap, and that one was a piece of junk. I don't even think I used it very long because it's just really not good. So yeah, so it's one of those things that's like, by all means, if like, say I got a sponsored stream by American Truck Simulator or whatever, and they're like, yo, we're gonna toss in this wheel, I would absolutely say yes please and use it, and probably use it a lot after that. But for me, it would be a hard purchase for me to justify, because even though I do play American Truck Simulator a decent amount, and I play Farming Simulator a decent amount as well, which I feel would also potentially benefit from that. That one I'm not as certain. Like, Farming Simulator seems like a tricky one to figure out the peripherals for, because there is a lot of different stuff you're gonna have to deal with that. So like that's what I'd be curious, like what is good peripherals for that? Because the other thing you have to think about is I usually don't plan in advance, like, oh, tonight I'm going to be playing some American Truck Sim. It's usually a lot more ad hoc than that. Again, not counting when there's like a sponsored stream or, you know, some big DLC is dropping or whatever. And the issue with that is, like, if I'm playing RimWorld, it'll be, all right, let's have a poll. Okay, I'm going to play some American Truck Sim tonight. You know, I'm not going to sit there and, like, move all my desk around, go get the controller, plug it in, do all that stuff, where it's going to take me 15 minutes to get everything set up. It'd have to be one that had to plan it in advance. So that's been an issue there. Like, that's the reasons why... I mean, nowadays I probably wouldn't hop into Elite Dangerous, because I don't think that's aligned to the channel that well. But I could see potentially playing it, just be like, hey, this is a game I put thousands of hours into. It's a game that, you know, I hyper-focused it hard when I was into it, and all that kind of nonsense. But it would be one of those games I had to, like, completely rearrange my desk to make room for my HOTAS and everything. And it would be one of those things to be like, I would play Elite that day and probably nothing else, because of how much of a logistics nightmare it is to, you know, set up, move everything around, rearrange the desk, all that. Which is another reason I'd hyper-focus on the game, is, like, get everything set up so play Elite Dangerous a whole bunch until, like, I was kind of like, alright, I really need a break. And then I'd get all that junk out of the way, and then I wouldn't play it again until I was in the mood to, like, set everything back up. It's kind of the same thing with, like, VR stuff, I feel is the same way. If I'm into a VR mood, I'll get everything set up and I'll VR for a while, and usually that doesn't last very long, maybe just a night or two. And then I want to do other stuff, so I'll get all my VR stuff back out of the way. Like, I haven't done any VR in over 2 years, because you know, I've got the green screen back here. There's just no room for it. I still actually have all my stuff for like the overhead thing so I could see the helmet in there, and I had like the developer kit version of the Oculus because, you know, I was doing development for it. And I don't even want to deal with it. Like nowadays, if I wanted to play any modern VR thing, I'd probably have to get a new headset. It's just too expletive expensive. Now I don't have the budget I used to. When I was doing my software dev stuff, I was making really good money, so I could just hop in and be like, oh, new gadget. I couldn't just buy like anything I wanted, but it was something I could reasonably justify. I could get pretty spendy and it'd be okay. Doing content creation, I cannot be very spendy. I have to be very, very frugal with my money now. Let's see, Logitech is more than enough. You have a Fanatec setup, but that's something else. Of course, if you want to try Fanatec, Logitech will be a toy, but there's some entry-level stuff. $200-300 is fine. $200-300 is a hell of a lot of money. Yeah, it's a logistics nightmare. I have a desk just for that, so I have to move my sim rig and hop in and play. Yeah, and that's there's some people who've got some really clever setups these days where they've got like they've modified their computer chair to have effectively columns in them, or like a hinge that they can, you know, snap up their HOTAS or whatever peripherals they have. So just, you know, snap it up, lock it in place, and then, you know, just turn it on. And that would be cool, but like that's also, you know, a whole expense within itself to get a custom setup and all that. And it'd be something different if like I was playing like say American Truck Simulator, like games like this all the time. I could absolutely see spending the money on that kind of thing. But I only hop in this once in a while. Yeah, so that's kind of one of those things that even if I had a controller here at the house, unless like maybe with like the Dare Drop day where I figure, you know, we're probably gonna do either a full stream or most of a stream in American Truck Sim for that day, I probably still wouldn't set up the wheel, because while it would be nice, the time and effort spent in setting that all up, I don't think I would do it. Because there'd be something I'd set up and have to tear down again, and it's not that big a deal to me. Versus like playing Flight Sim and I keep saying American Flight Simulator, Microsoft Flight Simulator or Elite Dangerous, like playing those on controller is really not my jam. So I would definitely not play that on keyboard or controller. I would get on my HOTAS, but that's just why I don't end up playing them much anymore. That's it again, if it was like a sponsored stream or Dare Drop or, you know, some big update was coming out that was like, yeah, you know, I just want to really hit some Microsoft Flight Sim that is, you know, probably going to spend a whole day in it. Then, you know, that's it. So I see you say it takes 5 minutes, but to catch is you got to remember I have equipment here, audio equipment here. I've got all sorts of stuff in front of me. It's not just a mouse and keyboard. And you can say, oh, just move your mouse and keyboard up. Well, there's stuff there. So I gotta like move everything around to accommodate for it, and then make sure I haven't messed up any of my sound setup and my acoustics and all that kind of stuff. I also have to make sure I can still get to the keyboard in a way that's meaningful while all that's going on, in case, you know, I gotta hop into chat and ban someone for who's causing trouble, or, you know, enter commands into, you know, chat. So it's a whole thing. It's not a normal computer setup. There's a lot more going on here. Plus, hear me out, I'd rather play games for those 5 minutes. Like, I don't have any hate towards the wheel. It's just an additional peripheral that I've got to juggle around here. Like, genuinely, my HOTAS is sitting over here in the corner. It's been there for 1.5 2 years now. And it's just, like, right there. And it's just 2 USB plugs. But it's the fact that I got to clear out my desk and make room, especially since, you know, the stick goes in the right hand. Where it's at right now, I have to move my mic someplace other than where it is, which means I got to go and figure out how I'm moving the mic so it can be close enough for me to talk into it, but also not going to get whacked by the joystick every single time I go to, you know, move around and whatever. So, like, the plugging in part is easy. And even, like, the moving the keyboard, because that one I can mostly get the keyboard out of the way. And it's, you know, still a pain. But like I said, that was the whole thing, is what I used to do with that is I would have my keyboard in the middle, and then when I went to play the game, I would move the keyboard back and then move the joystick and the control panel into the center, and then when it's done, I'd put them back to the sides. But now those sides aren't available to me anymore. Got other stuff. Bumping mic, yep. You know, you'll usually find people who do like flight sims, space sims, that kind of stuff. They'll do that mostly, and if they're taking a break, they will get their HOTAS out of the way entirely. And they just won't stream it that day. Not always. There's some people, like I said, who will do stuff like they'll get hinges on the arms of their chairs so they can like hinge up the joystick, do that, and then when they're done, they like pull a pin and it hinges back down. You know, cables are still everywhere, and it can be a little bit of a wiring nightmare to have where you can move your chair around and not tangle your wires up. But they get a whole setup to manage that. My chair would require a lot of work to do that. And you can actually buy entire prefab setups to do that, where you go, here's the measurements of the bolts that go under the arms of my chair, go to website, plunk down $200-300 or whatever it is to get the arms designed to support your things with the hinges and all of that. People manufacture them now, but you're talking several $100. And that's not even including the joystick, the throttles, and all that. That's just for the custom arms to accommodate it. And then usually you need some kind of adapter plate for whatever specific HOTAS you have. And sometimes you have to take your HOTAS and like either bolt it in or, you know, tap your own stuff. Like depending on the HOTAS, like some of them mount nice and easy. Some of them you have to actually get, you know, jigs and all that to like kind of lock it in. But it all gets real expensive. And by doing that all the time, again, maybe that's justifiable, but this is something I probably play American Truck Simulator once like every 2-3 weeks for a while. Farming Simulator probably about the same. Like lately on the channel, it's been a lot of RimWorld. Honestly, probably too much RimWorld. We've done a little bit of Project Zomboid. We were doing a bunch of Coral Island, but we kind of came to a pause on that until the 1.0 release. There's never too much RimWorld? That's not true. If you just go super hard in RimWorld for a while, you need a break. At least for me. But that's true of every single game in existence for me. Like, no matter how obsessed I am with a game, you know, after several hundred to several thousand hours or whatever, you know, I just need to make a break from it. It's not that I won't go back. Like, a lot of the games that I really care, like RimWorld, you know, I'll take a break for a couple of weeks, come back fresh, play a bunch more, take another break, come back again. For me, though, it's more on the content creation side, is if I keep playing RimWorld, people learn to expect almost nothing but RimWorld on the channel. And then I'm kind of in that stuck thing that when I play something that's not RimWorld, the channel suffers. So I am trying to be very conscious nowadays with what happened with Project Zomboid to never play any one game too much on the channel. Do you speak for yourself? Yeah. And don't get me wrong, there's games that I've, like, over the years played consecutively. Like Path of Exile, for as much as I've played Project Zomboid in the channel, which is like 3,500 hours or some change, that's still like just a bit over half as much as I played Path of Exile. And that's when I can't really play on stream, because very genuinely, every time I play Path of Exile on the channel, it is it is real bad from the number standpoint. It is horrendously bad, which is a shame. I love the game, but it's a bad fit to their channel. It doesn't match the vibe. It doesn't match the types of games I normally play. There are definitely people in the channel who enjoy it, but it is a very, very small subset. Which I get. I feel like Path of Exile as well as games, if you're not really into Path of Exile isn't fun to watch, or it's too much is happening that you can't really know or keep up with because you don't know the game. You need to like experience it to kind of learn, okay, this is why that's a hard mechanic. This is why I'm doing that kind of thing. Oh, that item is really amazing. That's why. Like, you don't have the context of what's going on in the world to know what to be excited about and what not to be excited about, beyond like the character dying or, you know, big boss has died, but that's not really that fulfilling by itself. Le Chat Noir was what that sign said. It's also kind of one of those things that I don't want to say so far as like up to stressor level. I would definitely say within the channel we have a fairly small community of people who are here very, very regularly. Like the people here who are here that it's not any game I play, but it's most games I play are gonna hang out. You know, unless it's very specifically an individual game is something either problematic for them or really just not something they're down with or interested or whatever. But like most channels, I would actually argue the bulk of people are here for whatever game we're playing. And so when I switch games, they're gone. Which is the nature of why I'm trying to grow the channel the way I am, which is to deliberately make the choice to grow it as variety. Because the way I look at it is I could focus and just do one game hard now, and I'd probably grow faster. Like, that would more likely be true. And that's for the growth we had in the channel originally. That is how it happened, is primarily Project Zomboid. And that's true, but the issue is when that game falls out of favor, it's a major setback. Because you will have some people who will follow the channel, but you'll have the vast majority as far as raw numbers will be there because you were playing that game. And now you're not playing that game, or they've individually become no longer interested in that game. They just move on to whatever the new obsession is, which is fine. Like, that's like 95% of people and how they watch Twitch until they find something like really into their channel, and then maybe they stick around for other games. And no judgment, that's just kind of the way it works. But if I sit there and I play a lot of variety, where that's what people are looking for, is they're looking for creators that, you know, they spend a couple days to a week in this game, a couple days to a week in that game, that they bounce around, that there's that expectation. It means that if I'm playing a game and that game just falls off the radar, just, you know, Twitch being the fickle thing that Twitch is, you know, the game's 30 seconds old, everyone's, you know, dead game, move on, no one wants to see this. You know, you're in a much better position then, because you can switch games, and because you do play a bunch of games, it doesn't hurt so bad. Like, you can maintain a more predictable viewership. Plus, I never want to be stuck in one game where loading up the game because I know my viewers want to see it, you know, feels like someone is just tearing my soul out of my body. I'm so over the game. And plus, honestly, like this happened more in Project Zomboid than Rim. So Project Zomboid, I reached the point that what ended up happening kind of thing was I had kind of done everything I could come up with that interested me in doing. Like, people come up with new suggestions, and I know it's kind of a bummer that, like, a lot of times be like, yeah, but that one doesn't really interest me. And I know that can kind of be something that's a bummer for people. But, like, Project Zomboid is one of those games that there's a lot of ideas that sound good on paper, and then the moment you try it, either one, it devolves into the exact same thing you've always done, or two, it's just tedious. Like, it's not a fun challenge, it's just a tedious challenge. It's just basically seeing how patient and how much you want to deal with stuff. And so I ran into the problem that, for the most part, I just couldn't come up with something new I wanted to do in the game that wasn't just repeating something I'd already done. Which is kind of when I started to burn out in the game, was like, you know, make big number bigger was kind of all I had left. And it's still a great game, and like, if people go, what, you know, I'm looking for a zombie survival game, like, hey, you should check this one out. Like, it may not be your bag, but like, for zombie survival games, it is the one to keep your eye on, to play, whatever. So I'll still say that, but for me, it's like, I've kind of done what it's doing. Like, if I play it now, it's just literally to just redo what I've already done, or purely to do it because I know people want to see more of it. And it's not always true. Like, every once in a while I get the itch to go back and play, but it's usually I get the itch to go back and play, and I'll play like a stream or two, and I'll be like, cool, I've scratched the itch, now the itch is gone. You know, put that back away for another week. RimWorld, on the other hand, even though I do have that same struggle between runs of going, what am I doing next? Because of how random the events are and how different the events are, even if I were to deliberately play like the same challenge again and again, it would be different every time. Like, and I mean meaningfully different, not just where I spawned is different, but like the way it would play would be different. Especially, that's the reasons why I like the no research, random research, is that kind of really forces it to be very wildly different. But that said, I do like to try and mix up the challenges a little bit, because I do know a lot of the challenges you play in RimWorld make the game very, very slow, and RimWorld by itself can be a difficult game to stream sometimes, depending on what is happening in the game. Like, there are times that, like, nothing is really happening. That's actually one of the other reasons I wanted to switch today, is I've been liking what we're doing in the current run, but I'm already going, nothing is happening. Am I going to have like 4 or 5 streams of nothing happening because raids can't reach us or something, that they just don't escalate to the drop pods? Because I'm honestly worried it is going to be like 2 or 3 streams of relaxing, building my colony with like only disease as the threat, and then suddenly we're just going to have mech clusters dropping in left and right and die. Because whenever we get our first mech cluster raid, we're going to have people, because they can't practice their shooting on anything. Literally, they're losing their shooting as they're playing, and they're losing their melee skill as they're playing, that there is a very fair chance that by the time we have the first mech cluster show up in that run, we'll be down to everyone having like 2, 3 in shooting or melee as their highest, and just get walked over. And there isn't really a way to work around that. I mean, I guess they'll get some melee from social fighting, but they'll get no shooting skill at all, because there's no animals to hunt, there's no raids actually hitting the map. So I'm not sure how to navigate that one. So it could be one of those things that looks really cool, and then we actually play it and it turns out terrible. Because we have those sometimes. Like, we had that in Project Zomboid where I did the no loot run. Like, where we disabled the loot in the game. Like, it was kind of fun to try it for a little while, but very quickly we got to the point where, like, okay, I've already hit the point where you can survive forever. You know, I can fish and I can forage. But because there's no loot, it required me to forage every single in-game day for like 2-3 in-game hours to start every single day to keep fed. And so in practice is like, okay, this turned from something interest to just tedium, because we've figured it out, and the figuring out is basically wait. Which is why we actually I killed that run. It wasn't that I like 100% was like, oh, I'm killing this character. I just basically was like, yeah, I'm gonna do this thing I want to do that's unreasonably reckless. So, you know, almost certain death. But, you know, I have like, I'm no longer invested in this run, so let's just see what happens. And it, you know, I survived way longer than I anticipated, but we did die.
Thank you FG Squared for subscribing for 11 months.
Thank you, FG Squared, for...
Vroom, vroom.
Vroom, yep. Thank you, FG Squared, so much for the tier 1 sub. I really do appreciate that support. And vroom, vroom indeed. I am pulling off in this exit that for some reason I thought I needed to, and I didn't. But that's okay. Because what I will do is I'm going to pull up here, and I'm going to do a shout out. Give me my mouse back, American Truck Simulator. So shout out FG Squared. For those who do not know, FG Squared, an absolutely fantastic creator on the platform, plays a variety of games here on Twitch, including RimWorld, among others. I didn't even check. You're playing something. Oh, City Skylines 2. You're playing like Pixel Tycoon before that, if I remember. Because I saw you play some City Skylines 2, but I went to bed pretty early yesterday, I think. And I think was the day before that Pixel Tycoon, which was Voxel Tycoon. That's right, Voxel Tycoon. Which was kind of like Transport Tycoon, but like the graphics are not quite as far behind. But absolutely fantastic content creator. You should absolutely be following them. And all that good stuff. But I do hope you've been having yourself a good day after. You're probably just getting your day started, I would assume. Or getting ready for stream, whatever. Yeah, it's very Transport Tycoon, but does a bit of factory automation stuff as well. That's cool. Stream is in pretty good here. We had a while ago, it seemed like there was a problem on Twitch. Like, I've been told they've been having issues the last day or two that I personally haven't experienced, but we definitely had earlier that just like out of nowhere like 40 people disappeared or something. So it's like, okay. I guess Twitch being that kind of Twitch today, it's fine. We're doing chill trucking time. Whatever. It happens. I've been waffling on what we're playing. Here's a question you may or may not know the answer to. And like, if you're trying to get stuff done, like don't let me distract you, put you on the spot, be like, hey, I'm working on things. We found a map in RimWorld that on the tile itself, I am fully 360 degrees surrounded by deep ocean that we chose because I'm curious about how RimWorld deals with that, because I've never actually had that before. Have you ever experienced that? Because I'm kind of worried we will literally never see a raid until we see mech clusters. Which would probably be pretty lame. It's also terrible because I've got like... It's modded. It's the, I'm thinking it's a bug with the... Yeah, that's the thing. I'm expecting it drop pod raids, but it didn't look how far we're in. I think we're over a year, and we have not been raided yet. So, or animal pack or anything. So I'm suspecting what's going to happen is I will have a whole lot of bumpkiss for like a year, 2, 3 years until I hit that wealth threshold. And then all hell break loose with drop pod raids and mech clusters. And then we'll die because no one will have any combat skills at all because, you know, 2, 3, 4, 5 years with nothing. Alright, if that's the case, we might actually scrap that run. I kind of figured that because I'm worried it'll be like 2, 3 streams of absolutely nothing and then just falling over dead because no one has any combat skills because they just decayed off over the first 2 or 3 years. And there's no animals, there's no anything. It's kind of a cool map though, because it's the modded map is, I forget what it's called. I don't remember what it's called. Oh, it's Desert Plateau. That's fine. I'll take my ticket. And so that modded tile, what's supposed to be, is you have like this big rock flat spot. So when I say rock, it's the ground is rock, not caves, not like mountains, in the middle of desert. But for some reason it glitches sometimes and makes it deep ocean instead. Like the map will still show as desert and everything else, but then, you know, deep ocean. I do that every time. Okay. Yeah, so that'll be a bummer. But yeah, thank you for like being the ear to go with that. Like, I'm pretty sure I know how it's gonna play out, which would be interesting for me to play on my own, but then doing 2 or 3 streams of nothing, I have a feeling people are gonna get pretty bored with. Especially when it's nothing, and I have no means of getting more stone, only the teeniest, tiniest means of getting more wood. Like, I think the entire map, I probably have less than 100 tiles of soil. So I have, like, a tree, singular, that I'm growing, because I need all the rest of it just to barely keep my food balanced. And so, yeah. Alright, how are we doing with time? We're doing good. We got at least 1 more delivery, if not 2. Maybe 3 if we're fast, but probably 2. Because we're delivering some hecking Halloween candy all over the place for the cosmetic unlock nonsense that they did for Halloween. I don't even know what we're getting for it. But, you know, they said we're giving you something. And I was like, thing? Thing? Okay, I like things. Things are nice. And Pankraro decreasing the cost of winning Twitch. So, yeah, so you are streaming tonight. I had to think, it's like, wait, it's not Friday, right? What do we got going on tonight over in FG land? Again, if you're trying to work on stuff, don't let me interrupt you. Like, just be, like, busy. Let's see. Oh. It is a bug with a mod you're using. You're trying the same mod several months ago. It had the same issue of loading in special terrain that would get standard map. You had issues where it was choosing small hills map, and it was loading mountains map. You never had the same problem without the mod. Oh yeah, it totally happens. You're gonna check out the new DLC for Stranded Alien Dawn. I didn't even realize it was done yet. Okay. For those who were here earlier for the RimWorld, Stranded Alien Dawn is a similar style game, but you know, like 3D animation, alien planet. I don't believe there are any human raids. I believe it's like the bugs. No, wait, were there? It's been a while. We played on the channel a couple times, had a good time, but it was like early access, and I was kind of in the like, I don't want to early access right now kind of headspace. It's good. Like, it's kind of, there's a couple of them. There's that one, there's Going Medieval, there's Stranded Alien Dawn, and those kind of things that I was waiting for all of them to, like, either be done or be basically what you could call done, to revisit them. Yeah, so I was a bit surprised here there's DLC. I mean, it could have had its 1.0 release and I just totally missed it. So much stuff happening. And Pank, you are, let's see, which truck model are you driving? That is a question that definitely has an answer that I should probably know. I actually don't know off the top of my head. Because very much a lot of this game is just like, I'm just doing my thing. I am on an International Lone Star that has been heavily upgraded. April 2023. Okay. I feel like maybe I played in the 1.0 and I just forgot about it? Maybe. Either way, good game. Like, even for the early access, it was a good game. I've just been kind of in a thing. Used to work for an international dealership? Nice. You've played 1.0? Okay. All like, time is a circle, everything blends together after a while. I have a list somewhere of like a keep of games I've played, and I also like usually I just on my list I have like these are games I've played, and then I'll like mark if I had a positive or a negative experience or like neutral, and then like if it was like negative, usually I'll put something in there for like the note like I didn't have a good experience, too grindy, like didn't have a good experience, really buggy, didn't have a good experience, very crashy, like whatever. And it's mostly because I'll forget what games I've played. And then I'll circle back and so I'll be like, hey, have you heard of this game? I was like, I think so. I should look into that. And then realize like, oh yeah, I played it and it was totally an awful time. Or it was like a really good time or whatever the outcome was. Yeah, we also have 4 of the knobs on our wheel, which is definitely not something you should do. I feel like actually trying to use the steering wheel in real life with 4 separate knobs on it, it would just be smacking your elbow again and again, possibly injuring yourself. It would be like more annoying to use than useful. Because my understanding of what those knobs are for is you have the knob, and so instead of have to do like the hand over hand thing, I'm having to hold enter for the gas tank one moment. So instead of turning and having to do this whole thing where you do like hand over hand to roll it, you can just grab the knob and it spins, so you can just go like that, one-handed. And the issue with having a whole bunch of those is if you're going like this and your arm's kind of leaning forward, you're just going to smack yourself with any additional knobs you have on there when it rolls around to it. Yeah, kind of figured, and I even warned people before I chose that map. I'm like, yo, I kind of worried it's going to work that way. So having others confirm, it's like, yeah, that's probably something I shouldn't continue. Like, maybe, because I've been really at a loss of what I want to play right now. Like, I know in the midterm there's a lot of things I want to play, but not yet. Because they're having major updates or DLC or all those things. Hearing that Stranded Dawn had a DLC, I wonder if I can get my hands on a key for that. If I get my hands on a key for that, that'd probably be a good one. Because that'd probably be good for at least a couple streams. Yet another reason why it's good to have a whole bunch of other creators you talk to. The number of games that it's like, I didn't know that was coming out, or what's that game I have from checking out our creators, has been wonderful. Why did I go here? Yeah, I just really wanted to see 4-2 print. I thought this is where the sleeping spot was that I saw. Look, I needed business cards, okay? I mean, I showed up at 1 a.m. and they weren't open, but like, you know, you never know. Oh, and the next place I saw the sleeping spot is a garage, so I'd have to buy the garage, which honestly, I probably have enough money that I could buy 2 more trucks, hire 2 more people for those trucks, and buy the garage. It's fine. Like, normally between like every other mission, I buy a truck, put a driver in it, and I go make me money. Fix the truck also. Honestly, it didn't really take damage on that. Wait, do I still have the damage? No, we already repaired it earlier. Yeah, no, it's just minor damage. That's probably not worth me taking the time to go out of my way for. Because that garage in front of me, I don't know where the next repair spot is, unfortunately. So like, that's one I won't worry about. It's when I get a proper smack that it starts complaining about the engine or something. I was like, okay, it's repair time. Or I finish a mission and I happen to be near a garage. I'll usually fix it up. Is there another sleep spot nearby? Not really. We'll just pick up the package and just drive to the next sleep spot. Like, I actually don't even care if we deliver late or whatever. I've only done that once or twice. Come on. Stop being red. Because you still, like, a lot of the states... So, normal cars could turn right on red here in the US. Almost everywhere. If not everywhere. But a lot of places, commercial vehicles cannot. But it's one of those things that's like a state-by-state thing. And I know there's one of the states in the game that I have lets you do it, and there's at least one that doesn't. And I get hit with the stupid red light fine all the time because just out of real life habit of turning right on red, I just go right through and like stop, go. I'm just like, oh, there's your ticket. And you're like, oh, come on. And one of those $900, I actually really don't care, but yeah. When did YouTube do away with having separate stream keys for everything? The game doesn't even tell you about the right on red rules. Oh yeah, well I think the problem is different states have different rules. It's like you're playing the game and you go to California and so the speed limit's 55 max and you go everywhere else and it's not. I think they actually do it state by state and they're just kind of like, good luck. So you just right on red and go, oh, I guess I can't. So I've given up trying to figure out what states I can and can't do it. I just treat them all like that. One day, I'll have so much money, I won't care about it anymore. Like, we'll have, like, the passive income will outrun the rate I can get fines by speeding. And then my driving practice are probably going to degrade very rapidly. Because, then all those fines become the go fast fee. Because there's no other consequences. You fire 6 million? Yeah, I've just been like, normally I stop like regularly and just garage, truck, recruit, like as fast as I can. I've actually been warned you run out of people you can recruit, that there's like a limited number of drivers, and that there are more garages now than there are drivers to fill them. Which I do feel like there's a point in the game that your passive income is so fast that it doesn't matter anymore. Like, they're making more money than you can, so why bother? Oh wait, and you were saying, when did they make it so they did away with having separate stream keys for each stream? Was it ever a thing? I don't think it was a thing. If it was a thing at some point, it's never something I ran into. That said, the very first time I streamed on YouTube at all was like a year ago, I think. There was one day that Twitch was just being a raging tire fire. And so I was like, okay, if I can't stream here, I'll stream to YouTube just to check it out. And I was like, that was fine. I probably won't do that again anytime soon. Because that was, we only recently got the ability to stream on both. And since then, it's been like every single day I've been streaming on YouTube and Twitch. Most of the time I'm streaming on TikTok as well. But, sometimes I won't. Like, if I know it's a game is particularly bad CPU-wise, I won't, because TikTok Studio Live is absolutely terrible from its resource usage for CPU. Like, it makes OBS seem like just barely anything. It is really badly optimized. Like, really, really badly optimized. But, oh yeah, we were gonna sleep and we haven't had a chance to, that's right. But yeah. There's a lot of stuff I'm honestly really hoping that kind of the outcome for what we've got going on, where everyone's able to stream on everything now, we start seeing all of the respective platforms get better. Because there are things that different platforms are doing better. And now that people can be on multiple platforms at the same time, you're going to have a lot of people, I think, will be a lot more vocal with very specific examples about the pains they have on each respective platform. So that I'll start lighting some fires under the various teams. We'll see, though. Sadly, the crystal ball does not give me the answers. I tried shaking it. That didn't seem to make it better, just it got more fuzzy of an image. Alright, pretty soon I'm going to start getting to the level of tide where we're starting to get fines. But there's nowhere for us to sleep over there. So we're going to be looking for a rest stop or a turn off that I can exit out and take a little nappy nap. The kids will have to wait till tomorrow for their Halloween candy. It's probably fine. Yep, it's red now. We're in territory where we're gonna start getting fines. One of these days, I need to just, and I mentioned this the last time I played, I think, we just need to make it a point that since money is less and less important now, that instead, we just look for routes I haven't taken, where I haven't revealed the map. Because there is an achievement for revealing, it's some ridiculous amount, like 95, 98% of the map of... I don't know if it's like the base game, or all the DLC you own, or what actual limit kind of it uses. But for basically revealing most of the map. Then there's also ones for like hitting enough of the sightseeing landmarks or whatever. And so just basically going out of our way to take deliveries, even if they don't pay as well. But what are you doing? You're just flashing your taillights, I guess? Alright. I know. I understand I'm getting tired. I'm pulling off right now to go to sleep. We're going to go to Burger. They do one thing. It's French fries. It's really poor marketing. What? No, I'm not hitting anything. Okay. It was named Burger because it was from the Brothers Burger. They just didn't think it through. It used to be spelled with an E, but you know, they wanted to Americanize it. Okay. But the secret where they make all their money on their fries is they season it with cumin and cayenne. So it's kind of like, they're sort of like taco fries. Really kind of a unique thing, but really kind of takes off. Actually, that sounds absolutely delicious. I would absolutely eat French fries with cumin and cayenne on. I have to try that now. I feel like that would work. Yeah, it's like, I mean, you can't go wrong with cumin. I wonder how well it would stick to fries, though. Like, you'd probably need something to make it actually stay there. Because cumin's like a very, very fine powder. I mean, maybe they just have to be a little on the greasy side. I mean, they're French fries. They're going to be a little on the greasy side. Unless you bake them. Which usually the challenge there is baked fries. It's really hard to season them. May just toss them toss on it. Yeah, that's the thing. It's like if you deep fry them kind of thing, they'll probably have enough like oil on them. It'll probably stick. Well, I know something I'll be trying the next time I make French fries in a fryer, which might literally never be ever, but maybe I'll make oven French fries. I actually have a thing for making French fries and potato chips and all that. When I say it's a thing, it's not fancy. It's like just like a razor blade with like this little gap in it that you just like run the potato across. Very low tech. Rice Mage said, "You're getting very tired. You're gonna head to bed? Good night, everyone." Alright, Rice Mage. You have a good one. Thank you for tuning in. Why are we struggling? This isn't... I don't think this is uphill. No, this is uphill. Okay. Always those things you gotta watch. Without having the ability to feel gravity, when you're on a road that's like level with it, it's like, am I going uphill? Runaway truck ramps are terrifying. The thought of losing control of a truck in real life and then just racing up that thing and hoping gravity does the job. I mean, because usually those things aren't even paved, they're just dirt. And you're just kind of like, well, good luck me. They seem absolutely terrifying to take a runaway truck ramp. I imagine the entire experience of a runaway truck is probably terrifying. For those who do not know what that is, runaway truck is when your brakes fail. Because it's a thing that happens when trucks are going downhill a whole lot. They're putting a lot of stress on the brakes, and, you know, things fail sometimes. So when you lose control and you just start accelerating downhill because you're a big, heavy truck with no brakes, it's just a giant ramp you turn off onto. And then, you know, you shift your gears down again and again to put more and more friction on it to slow you down. Until you get down to, like, first gear, at which point, without the engine helping, first gear should keep you from going anywhere. But they're also really steep. They're like 35 plus degrees, which is heckin' up. I don't think realistically you have to worry about running out of ramp, but just the whole thing, because again, like where most of the ones I've seen, they just go off and it's just dirt ramp going up. And it's usually like on a hillside, so it's not like you can go off the side of the ramp easily or something like that. Like that, I don't think that's that big of a concern. Just, I imagine, destroys your suspension and everything. It's a shame it's too hard to read those signs going by them, because they don't render quite crisp enough you can read them till they're too close. Imagine, like this, the nature of the sign makes me think of the ones where it's like, this is, you know, whatever Memorial Highway or whatever. Okay, we're all good on rest and gas and everything. So we just go right past this town. Not gonna bother repairing a little bumper ding, it's fine. It just lets people know we mean business. That we're willing to damage our truck a little if it means getting people out of our way. And we get Texas, I believe, beginning next month? Like, I think it's, what was it, December 1st? Not sure if you watch Dare Drops FG, but they've got a Dare Drop coming up for American Truck Simulator. Because I know you've played that before on your channel. When I say coming up, it's like December 1st or some nonsense. They seem to do that reasonably frequently. A lot of the simulation games do dare drops like Farming Sim, American Truck Sim, those kind of games. Can be a fun, silly way to get you to do stuff. All right. They do, but their new point systems for payout is so low. It is. That was when I was announcing that I was gonna do a bunch of the dare drop kind of things, because it was like all stuff I was gonna do anyways. Like Farming Sim has got their new DLC, and like I recently became a giant software partner, which mostly is just me getting a hold of the keys and whatnot, play it on stream. That's Farming Simulator. And like I'm gonna be playing the new DLC for American Truck Simulator if I can get a hold of the key, which I should be able to get it through Dare Drop. But yeah, I'm looking at going, yeah, I'll probably play it on stream, do a bunch of the dares, make like $5, $10 maybe. Which, you know, if that was a sponsored thing, you'd tell them to please, you know, go expletive off, because that's just not reasonable. I was like, alright, I'm gonna play it anyways, you're gonna give me the key, so whatever. But I was basically saying to my channel, not the channel, saying in the Discord, being like, hey, yeah, like this pays nothing compared to what a sponsor pays. I don't know. I definitely, if I wasn't going to already play a game, I wouldn't bother with the dare drop for it. But they used to pay much, much better when it was direct sponsorships, which is why I haven't done their new thing. Gotcha. Yeah, I've done one sponsorship. I guess it would be through Dare. Like, it's hard to say if it was Dare Drops or like, because it was for an individual game for their company. They did via Dare Drops, but it was one of those things that like, if you do this, we'll give you X number of points, and then like, you know, did the math and like, okay, you know, the amount you're offering is fair. But like, it was, you had to sit there and like do the transactional math and be like, okay, that's how much that pays and whatever. But it was kind of scratch your head. It's like, why is this going through Dare Drops? But it was fine. I think the point is they wanted me to do the dares. Like, so it's kind of like a mutual promotion thing for Dare Drop and for the game. Which is fine. It was a good time. But it's only been once. But you know, no qualms in sharing that. I try to be super, super transparent on the channel what I can. And usually when I can't, I'll usually tell people I can't. Like, I wouldn't say what game it was. Did have recently, and I won't say the game, I did have a game that that offered me a whole 15 cents per CCV per hour. I was pretty direct on how that wasn't the thing that was going to happen. That was pretty upsetting. So just hand me some pennies and throw them in my face and tell me to like it. For those who don't know, while people will dispute what is like the actual rate, generally a lot of people say the baseline rate is about $1 per concurrent viewer per hour, and that's expected concurrent viewer. And then there's a lot of fuzziness around that between people charging more. Again, like, and this is for smaller mid-sized streamers. Once you get over like 500-600 viewers or whatever, you can kind of not name your price, like sky's the limit, but you can get a lot of leverage to charge more and all that kind of stuff. But it's about baseline like $1 per CCV per hour, which concurrent viewers, what CCV means. And then you like, the more they ask, the more you charge. So they're like, hey, we want, like, normally it's like a tweet or two and to play the game for an hour. You know, they'll usually have to be like, here's the features we want marketed, and that's all totally fair. Like, you know, and it's not that you have to like lie about the product or anything. It's like, here's the things, like, it's got multiplayer now, please talk about multiplayer, like that kind of thing. But if they ask more, if they're like, hey, we want you to tweet a week ahead of time, we want you to tweet a day ahead of time, we want you to tweet when you go live. If they start doing like that kind of thing where it's a whole bunch, it's like, all right, we're just gonna move that price tag up because your whole thing. They're like, oh, and we want you to stream, but only if you streamed at least 1 hour of whatever your biggest trending game is on your channel, and we want to make sure you stream for 2 hours, and we'll make sure it's between these times frame. Like, if they start getting like that, the more involved it's like, okay, we're gonna rack up that price because you're making this more and more of a pain in the butt for me. At the same time, like, if it's like a little indie studio, sometimes you bring it down, but like, again, and people have different advice, and absolutely listen to people, make your own judgments. Don't use my thing as like, but Rual said do this. That's just been my experience. It's mostly to say someone offering 15 cents, i.e. 15% of what the baseline normally is kind of insulting. Kind of a wee bit like, well, screw you, man. To be fair, a lot of people don't know what a reasonable rate is, and I've had people who've like massively underpriced me that I turned around and said, like, you know, did the whole thing where it's like, hey, here's what I usually consider a normal baseline, yada yada yada, here's the math behind it. I'm willing to go down to this price for you if you're willing to work with me on this. Don't expect a bunch of extra asks at that price, yada yada. And I've actually had them take it. They're like, oh, I'm so sorry, like, we didn't realize. It's like, yeah, you know, maybe do your homework on these things before you get money involved. You're gonna upset some people. Most of the time you never hear back because they're looking to catch people on the cheap who don't know any better. Let's see. Yeah, you had those who wanted to give you $50 for 2 hours. Yeah, no, that's what I was like, nah. We're like, here's my rate. It's like, it's fine. You can take it or leave it. That's pretty cool. You haven't seen you play American Truck Simulator before. You're a truck driver, and let's see. I put you on to listen to you while you drive. When you're usually playing Project Zomboid. Yeah, I haven't played that much Project Zomboid. I mean, I've actually played a decent amount recently, but I haven't been playing a lot of that lately. I've had multiple people who are joking who are like, oh yeah, when you're playing RimWorld, I play Project Zomboid. When you're playing Project Zomboid, I play RimWorld, or, you know, truck driving sim, you know, Project Zomboid, or vice versa. But, yeah, we've actually been playing a decent amount of Project Zomboid. No, I shouldn't say decent. We played like 3 streams of Project Zomboid in the last 2 weeks, which is more than I have been playing. It's kind of just Build 42 waiting room. Which, considering there's only a couple of weeks till December, I'm pretty confident we are not seeing Build 42 this year. Which is what we kind of figured was the most likely outcome. Even at the beginning of the year, we're saying, okay, it's either going to be for the July, like, middle of the year holiday thing. Probably not, though. Most likely Christmas. If it's not Christmas, it's next year. And when it was sneaking up on the, like, July, when we were at, like, March, I'm like, okay, we haven't heard anything kind of wrapping up, so July's out the window. Probably the holiday season. More than likely next year is what I was guessing, just based on the, like, where they were at from past updates. And then now that we still haven't heard them being like, oh yeah, we're just, we're putting the spit polish on it. It's like, okay. With not that much time left in the year, it's almost certainly going to be at least most likely it'll be first quarter next year. It could go longer, but I would guess first quarter next year. Now, whether it's January or March, who knows? And it could go longer. Indie Stone, they are definitely a company around infrequent major updates, but good major updates. They will make you wait. And for the record, I appreciate that. I wish more companies operate in that way instead of tons and tons and tons of tiny little updates that they do like a tiny little bit, but then you scratch your head and go, do I play you again for the one little change? I would rather they, go a quarter or, half a year or even a year, do a big update, then, they follow it up like 2 or 3, smaller updates to deal with any bugs, balance changes, whatever, and then they start the cycle over. But that's part me being kind of burned out on early access and having too many things to keep track of. And just not wanting to get into a game that doesn't feel done. Like, we definitely try games, but it's definitely like, I try it, I get that first impression, oh, cool, and then immediately be like, alright, I'll be back when it's doner. Unless I'm, like, super into the game. Which does happen. Like, I did that with Coral Island. We were going back for every major update, just about. So I'm real excited about it hitting 1.0. I wonder how it's going to do. Like, I should rephrase that. I think Coral Island is going to do well on Steam for their sales, because they have been doing well on Steam for their sales. I wonder how it's going to do on Twitch itself. Because I do know there's a lot of people really into it, and in certain circles there's a lot of hype for it. Like a lot of like the Stardew Valley-esque circles, there's a lot of hype for it. But outside of those circles, I have heard barely a peep. And I'm counting like The Sims 4 in this circle, to be clear. So it's one of those ones I'm scratching my head. I'm like, okay, the people in the genre who would be most likely interested in that seem to have interest. But without the broader interest, is it going to be those things that like pops on the scene for about 30 seconds and immediately just dries up? Which is probably likely. That's what I feel like is happening with my time at Sandrock. That it was a blip and it's already disappearing. Which is a bummer. It's been fun. But I also feel like it has the difficulty of, it's got the repetition that is fun for play, but for streamed content doesn't work as well. Because you're just kind of watching the person run to the board, grab the thing, build the thing, run to the board, grab the thing, build the thing, run to the board, grab the thing, build the thing, and occasionally story. Which I guess some people are into that kind of thing. Well, I mean, it's hard to tell what people like. I've genuinely watched people be like super duper into watching me cut trees. And just cut trees. And nothing but cut trees. And I scratch my head and be like, okay, well people are definitely engaged and they're into this. Sure. I'm worried it'd be boring. But people are having fun with the chaos. As occasionally things go wrong with trees. I mean, I enjoy doing it, or I wouldn't. Okay, so sorry about that. Or for that matter, I've found a lot of people are into like watching sim games. Like American Truck Simulator, Farming Simulator, those kind of games. Like there is a very big group of people who are into these games that like they boot up Twitch and this is what they do, is they watch it. And I feel like it's good because it's good conversation games. It's good background noise games. Sometimes, depending on how the person plays, it's absolute chaos. But at the same time, it's one of those ones that you kind of look back at when you're streaming it and you go, what exactly happened during that stream? And you just kind of scratch your head and you said, drove trucks. But, you know, there's a conversation that, again, a lot of people, that's what they're here for. And so it is kind of one of those things, just figuring it out. That said, there's also times I boot up the game and just dead chat. And I'm chalking tonight up to Twitch's technical issues. Whatever's going. I wouldn't be surprised if after stream I look things up and, like, you know, South America's offline off of Twitch, or Korea's offline from Twitch. Like, some location is, like, disconnected, and, you know, because I don't have a lot of people over there that I'm really aware of, that I don't hear anything, or, like, some major internet outage or whatever. I haven't seen anything to imply that, but, you know, I'm streaming, so I didn't exactly look. Gotcha. Nukuber's saying, you're still here despite Twitch constantly dropping you? Yeah. No, I know I had 2 or 3 people who said they've been having problems connecting to Twitch, like, the last day or so. And, like I said, it was a very unusual drop. Like, even when normally when I switch games, you have a drop of, like, I don't know, 15, 20 people, give or take. Like, sometimes it'll be worse if I'm playing a game that particularly people aren't interested in. But that was a weird one that we had already been playing for a while, and it was like just suddenly like half the viewership just disappeared. So I was like, okay. Either simultaneously half the internet who was tuned in just went, nah, or more realistically, something's broken. And considering how often something breaks on Twitch, I'm gonna go with something broken. That's not fair. I shouldn't say something breaks on Twitch. Something breaks stream related. Which sometimes is Twitch, sometimes is ISP, sometimes it's like Amazon server, like S3 servers go down, or the 1,000 other things that are, you know, duct tape and bubblegum together, where many an IT professional is crying themselves to sleep at night, begging for a larger budget and the support they need, you know, as literal blood, sweat, and tears have gone into just trying to keep the internet limping along another day. I say this as someone who has a background in IT, because it genuinely feels that way sometimes. And I never dealt with, like, larger internet infrastructure. Mine was more localized. But it was still one of those things like, you know, how long have we had this server? Oh, about 9 years. What's the expected lifespan? Oh, about 5 years. And you kind of stare at them and you're like, does this not feel like it's a problem? This feels like it's a problem. And we don't have a backup for it. Can we get a backup for it? It's like $2,000, and this is a multi-$100 million company or whatever. It feels like $2,000 is a reasonable thing to, you know, I don't know, keep the entire plant from shutting down? No? Okay. Literal actual thing I went through. Use different words. Some of them shorter, involving 4 letters, but you know. That combo happened. I also liked when I turned in my notice at that place, and they didn't believe me at first. And then when they realized I was serious, and they started having me interview people, and I had the one guy come into the wiring closet, because that's where our actual office was inside the wiring closet, and then, like, the director of the department had, like, a separate room off of that. So he did his interview, and I did the technical, because he didn't know the technical to ask him. And I went to do the technical interview, and the guy walked in, took like one look around at the server racks and all that, and he goes, "Let me guess. Almost all of this is out of date, and you've been begging to have these updated forever, and you keep getting no. And basically, you're waiting for the whole thing to burn down around you." I was like, man, that's pretty much it. That's fair. And then he walked out of the interview and didn't come back. It's like, I'm not gonna lie to him. That's what he's gonna be working with. But just, he literally is like, pretty much, and he just said like, thank you, and there's like about-faced right out that door and did not come back. Boss is like, what happened? He's like, he saw the wiring closet. Like, it was an organized and clean wiring closet. It wasn't a lack of us doing our maintenance, but it was definitely, it all looked outdated. It all was outdated. And it was very clear that was going to be his life, you know, for however long he decided to work there. And that job did not pay particularly well either. Which is why I was leaving it. I asked for a raise. They didn't remotely meet my ask. And I found someone who would. And then multiple sums over that. Do not suddenly try and snap back? Ah, I missed it. It's fine. Alright. I would say, honestly, for streaming, that's kind of the thing I don't miss the most. There's two things. There was one, the commute. I don't miss the commute to the jobs, because almost every one of those jobs I worked, the commute was always half hour plus. And sometimes going up to like multiple hours. That's not fair. That's a lie. Almost like you'd break an hour, like hour and a half, depending on things. Because like I worked at areas that you'd have like a major stadium nearby or a concert hall or whatever, and you'd have those days that you'd have the concert there, and suddenly it was a 2-hour drive home. But that was more the exception than the rule. And so I don't miss that, being stuck in traffic for half an hour to an hour. And then the other thing is like all of the office bureaucracy politics. That's the other thing I don't miss. Like the requesting vacation, having the boss go, I don't know, we need you here. And you go, you're a software developer, me being gone per day is going to do literally nothing to impact you in any way, shape, or form. Stop being difficult. And they go, I don't know, let me run it through the people. Well, they're not sure if you should go, and just like all those like little dumb things. And he said, sounds horrid. Longest you've ever commuted was 2 hours each way, but that was only 6 weeks for a summer job type thing. And it was via train, so you at least do stuff. Yeah, no, there was a job that I like. This is going back a long way. So I was in the town that my parents are in. And I was driving over to what's effectively Disney. So I was over on the Space Coast. For those who don't know Florida, that's Brevard County. So that's, you know, Melbourne to Daytona. So Titusville, Cocoa Beach, Port St. John. And I don't mind sharing this because one, I don't live there. And most of my family who used to live there doesn't live there, so it makes it kind of easy. But like, so there's that whole area. And the place I was working was basically Disney World. Which doesn't sound that bad, because that drive is usually somewhere in the ballpark of like an hour to Disney property, probably another 15, 20, 30 minutes to your individual stop once you're on Disney property. Because it's one of those things that you get to work property, and then once you're there, you have another 15 minutes just to reach your destination because property be big. The downside was that job I was doing was referred to as computer refreshes, which is a big fancy word for your computer old, I give you new computer, but I like move your files and whatever. The problem was it would end up being about an hour and some change commute, like an hour 15, give or take a little bit. And on the way to work, no traffic, because I'd have to leave at like 4 in the morning because it was a job that started early. The way home, however, would be hour and a half, 2 hours, because all the traffic. The other downside is that job involved driving in traffic most of the job. That I'd go to your desk, spend 15, 20, 30 minutes most of the time to do the migration, and then I'd load up your computer, and I'd get in my car, and I'd get stuck in traffic to reach the next destination. and it'd be like 4 or 5 computers a day. It was like super inefficient. That job actually went away because I figured out a way to make the job more efficient to the point of more than double the efficiency of when I was hired. And then they laid us off. They laid off half of the staff because they weren't needed to reach the same amount of deliveries, because it's a contract they had to complete by a certain amount of time, and they didn't get extra for going fast. And they went by seniority, and I was the new guy. It was great. It taught me a lesson about putting in extra effort. I still put in extra effort, but not for them. And they ended up calling me back many, many times in the future, offering me jobs, and I just was like, nah, I've already learned how you operate, I'm good. No, thank you. I don't work for people whose philosophy is effectively no good deed goes unpunished. But yeah, so it was just driving around like hour-ish to 2 hours back, and then probably another 2-3 hours during shift, of which 4-ish of those hours were in traffic. Kinda cured me of being that interested in driving. Because sadly, it's only been the last couple years that we've actually got meaningful trains in parts of Florida. It still only serves a very small areas of Florida. Like only main things. They got like one that goes up the East Coast. I think they're working on starting one going down the West Coast. And then one that like cuts across the middle right through the touristy area. And the one through the middle is not done yet. But and they have one that goes north-south in the middle as well. I should specify that, like through the entire like Orlando metro area. And then when they did get that, when it first operated, it only operated from like 6 in the morning to 7 p.m. and only on weekdays, which made it useless because you had to hustle directly from work to snag the train home really fast, or you missed it, and then good luck. And then, you know, like it had stops where you had like these wonderful tourist destination and farmers markets and all sorts of things that people would love to go to, but they didn't operate in the weekend. That's changed now, thankfully. But it was like they were going out of their way to try and prove the train was a bad idea by just giving it horrendous hours. I have a green arrow, friend. I don't know what you're looking at. I got a green arrow and you're pulling out at intersection with your blinker? Try again. Entirely realistic. And I mean that. Because that's absolutely things would do in real life. Sunrail, that's the name of it. Yeah, you've got the Sunrail, and then you've got the Bright Line, I think is the other one. And I don't remember which ones go where, because I'm not nearby that. But that was always one of those things, like visiting friends who are over by, over in Orlando. I've always been tempted to be like, hey, let's just go over there, let's hop on the train, go to, like, the next town up the road, or not even the next town, like, way up the road would be normally, like, an hour something drive. It's about 30-45 minutes by train, because there's no traffic. You know, get off in, like, this bougie place to go to their ridiculously awesome farmers market, hang out there for the afternoon, maybe go to like an art class because that's the kind of stuff they do up there, and then take the train back. Never did it though. I also heard the train's really good for people on bicycles, that they had bike racks in like the last car of all of them. So they actually could have a decent amount of bikes, so you could like ride your bike to the station, toss your bike in the back of the train, you know, get to your office or work or whatever you're going, you know, get your bike, ride to your office, do all that nonsense, and then, you know, reverse the operation on the way home. Because I definitely liked when I would visit Portland, Oregon and ride the light rail. I would like visiting Salt Lake City and ride the light rail. Like, I thought that was amazing. Just, You land, you get on the light rail, it takes you right to downtown, like through the conference centers and all that. When I'd be visiting family, the light rail would go right through their town, so I could just pop off on the light rail. You know, and you don't have to walk a mile or get a ride or whatever, but then, you know, go visit family. And it, you know, it'd cost like $2 a day. It's like basically nothing to, you know, do that. And it's like just the process of renting a car was more of a headache than dealing with it. Like, going to Vegas, as much as I did not care for Vegas as a city, like just dealing with the traffic and people and everything being loud and smelling like cigarettes and all that, I will say I did like the monorail. The monorail was fantastic. I wish it followed the actual strip instead of going way off like 2-3 blocks to the side. But like for us going to the conference, because that's where TwitchCon was, for those who weren't aware, I thought that was fantastic. Even if the last day it didn't let me through the gate, so I jumped the gate. Because I was like, I'm sorry, there's no attendant here. I've paid for this crap. I have my ticket. I can show it. The gate's being broken. I'm getting on the monorail. And it wasn't even the full last day. Oh, that's our turn. Well, too late now. This little maneuver is going to cost us 15 years. But even with that, not a Rual jumping a gate. The way I figured is they didn't have like actual cops doing it. It was just like a security person who like worked for the train station, which means that they actually wanted to get me in trouble. They would have to grab me and hold me until an actual law enforcement officer got there, which maybe they would. And then I would demonstrate the whole time that I've got a ticket, and maybe, like, what's the worst case they'd do is they hit me with a fine for jumping the gate. And, like, they would inconvenience you wildly. And having worked with police officers before, if you want to see a pissed off police officer, you drag them over for something like that. And I don't mean me pissing them off, I mean the staff member pissing them off. That, like, this is nothing, they have a valid ticket, why are you bothering me? Because most police officers, when you have people who are, like, having a disagreement, they want you to resolve it yourself if possible, and if not, then you involve them. Does that look like it has a guardrail? I don't see one. That certainly wouldn't get your truck just spinning tires out there with your street tires, just stuck in the median. So it's one of those things that I felt pretty confident that if I got grabbed by the person's like, good, I had asked for help for a whole bunch, where were you? I tried to do things, I have a place to be. I paid for this, I have the expectation to ride your vehicle. Your gate's being busted, that's a you problem. Because I didn't damage anything. Actually, when I say jumped, it was like, I just kind of maneuvered between them. Because they had the one for people in wheelchairs, and they were wide enough you could just do that. Like, I wouldn't do it if I didn't pay for it. I get it. You do your maintenance on it using those funds. It was paid for. But it was just the thing. And I didn't get in trouble. I think what happened was I think I scanned the ticket and I tried to go through too fast and got like right up to the gate and it hadn't opened yet. And I think it buzzed thinking I had tried to cheat the gate, jump the gate, whatever. Or like, you know, do the thing where you take a ticket, you try and like squeeze 2 or 3 people through. And so it had flagged it as basically being like, hey, you have, because like when you looked at it, it said like gate violation was the code I was getting. I'm like, I don't know what this means. And so I think it flagged in that, and you know, like some period of time would go by and then would let me use the ticket again. But it didn't tell me anything. So I just was like, hey, I've got a meeting with someone. Like, this literally is, if I don't get on this thing, I don't get to my meeting. And that's an opportunity gone that, you know, could be potential money for me. I'm sorry. So I jumped the gate, went through, and then the way back we had no problems. Like, I just put in my ticket, the gates opened, it was fine. Because we still had like a whole day and a half left on our tickets. Because, like, that's the next thing I checked. Is like, did I just lose track? Because ADHD, I totally do that thing. I was like, nope, nope, this is tomorrow, middle day tomorrow. It's fine. Yeah, tickets are weird sometimes. You had to beep like through 2 or 3 times. Yeah, I had them mostly work okay. Like it was for like other than that one thing, everything worked kind of fine. Now, granted, hey Hector, how's it going? Now, granted, I did have issues where like because of the concert going on, where we tried to ride the one time and just like it was aggressive getting onto those subways. And people didn't know how to ride them either. There was like so much space left. You know, people were like, it's full. It's like, well, no, if we're going to really pack in here, we can make it pack in here. As people got on and said, I'm not moving, kind of, it's full. And the one lady with the baby stroller, like literally just using that baby stroller as like a battering ram to force her way in. And she got in. But then like we had to get out. She wasn't willing to move at all. I'm like, look, man, I'm trying to not climb over your baby stroller. Like, this is super uncomfortable, but I gotta get off. I have no idea what you're saying there, Hector. Like, are you telling me that there's a Power Rangers thing on Netflix? Cool. I haven't watched Power Rangers since... I mean, I never regularly watched it, but I mean, I did see it when it came out. I don't know, I'd already gotten into gaming and comics and all that. Oh, that's cool, Hector. I don't know, I don't really watch Power Rangers, so... It's cool that there's a new season of Power Rangers Comic Fury on Netflix, but... I don't even really know what that is past it's apparently Power Rangers. But it's cool that you're into that. Alright. We're probably gonna hit this rest area because our character is getting tired. You saw nothing. My tires made the squealy noises when I tried to turn, and then they didn't. Rain be like that, though. Good old plane of the hydro variety. Alright, so rest to get that. Okay. Now, as far as Pokemon goes, I played Pokemon Red and Blue back in the day. Really enjoyed those, got them all. You know, did the get your Game Boy extension multiplayer cable, whatever it was called. You know, found the buddy, got your buddy to get the other one, traded them to get credit, traded them back. Then, you know, couldn't find a third buddy who wanted the third one, so I had to do the thing where one of you restarted your game to get a new Pokemon, to then trade to the other one, to then trade back. Like that whole nonsense. Never got into the later ones. Like I picked up the one for... Why is my engine malfunctioning? I didn't hit that hard. Weird. I actually don't have any indicators of problems on my... Whatever. We can go patch it up the next time we get a chance. But, got the one for, I think it was the DS. I couldn't tell you which one that was. And I played through it. I think I finished the story, but I had no motivation to get them all. Like, they're a fun series, but it's kind of like every time they added more, I was just even more disinterested in doing it all. Like, getting the 151 the one time was like, yay! And then they're like, now there's 280! And it's like, okay, you've lost me. Yeah, It's like, that's fine that there's that many. I am not catching them all. I'm sorry. I have other things I want to do with my time. Because that also had been the time that I had already gotten into PC gaming and much preferred PC over console. So it's like I would go and I'd play, you know, on the DS a little, and it'd be like, I'm not really, like, you'd have a little fun, but you're like, no, I'd rather this was on keyboard and mouse, and I had like an actual screen to use. Which, you know, I get that's the idea, that's the big draw to the Switch, but I never ended up getting a Switch. Like, there's definitely games that looked interesting on it, but the way I kind of look at it is video game systems are expensive, and computers are expensive, and I can play video games on the computer. So rather than buying all the things, I bought the one thing I needed to do my job that happened to also support video games, and it worked out great. I much prefer PC gaming anyways. Cool, we can bypass the wait station. They are cool with the Halloween candy being uninspected. The Halloween candy we weirdly pick up at the grocery store to ship away from the grocery store. I don't know why, but it's just the life we live. And it's definitely a distribution center, or it's definitely a grocery store, not a distribution center, considering the entire front place looks like it's, you know, display shelves and all that kind of stuff, and not just, you know, not just a bunch of warehouse doors and all that kind of nonsense. Bay doors, that's what I'm looking for, not warehouse doors, bay doors. Yeah, I would say we're making hecking money, considering I think we started the stream at like 200-something thousand, and we're already going to have, like, by the time I get this delivered, probably be sitting at about 800,000, and most of that was probably passive income. You know, we probably made our own deliveries 120, 150,000, maybe more. Maybe I'm underestimating myself. Gotta love that passive income. Now, that said for everyone, normally I take Thursdays off. I think I might stream tomorrow. Since this week is weird and we're having shorter streams anyways, because Toom's having a temporarily different schedule, so I'm taking advantage of it by starting stream later so we can actually have dinner together and all that kind of fun stuff. But it's just this week. Now that said, I have no time frame for it, but we might be changing up the schedule late November, December. And that change in schedule would probably be the day off moves from Thursday to Saturday for about a month and a half. And all of this is due to an opportunity that Toom has that is wonderful and amazing, that I'm really excited for her, but does mean she has a different schedule while it's going on. But then when the opportunity's done, you know, she'll be back to her normal schedule. But it is depending on a wee babby, which has not graced the world quite yet, on when that all starts. She's basically covering for someone's paternity leave. But it's a really fun opportunity for her that I cannot talk about what it actually is, unfortunately, because it's one of those things that's unique enough that it'd be 100% dox yourself territory. To the point that, like, she actually can't tell me about a lot of the specifics with the job because she's getting to know a lot of stuff that is, things happening at work that is not public. Well, not public yet. So we're doing the whole, you know, how is work? Oh yeah, I worked on this cool project. Can you talk about it? No. Which I have been there, like, on the other side of that, so it's only fair that it's my turn. We're like, this is a really cool thing I'm working on. Can you talk about it? Not really. I want to, but not really. You know, then the project gets announced and you just be like, I've been wanting to talk about this for weeks and I'm going to talk at length about it now. But yeah, it'll actually be... Man, when was the last time I changed my schedule? The last time I changed my schedule was when I switched from 7 days a week to taking Thursdays off. Has that been like a year and a half now, or a year? It's been at least a year now. I'm pretty sure it's been at least a year now. And these are just temporary things. Jum is a spy, confirmed. Look. Why do you think she wrestles the gators? Counter-espionage is a serious business. Like, you don't know what the gators know. They're always looking shifty. You go to the water, they just kind of barely poke just their eyes out and just watch. Always watching. As long as whatever they're watching has direct line of sight to like either fresh or brackish water. Which does somewhat limit where they can see. But gators hide their real capabilities, considering they can actually climb like chain link fences, which you look at an alligator and go, how on earth does that climb a chain link fence? But they do it. So when you say, you're talking about the person or animal, it's actually paternity leave, but it would be the person. Which the only difference between maternity leave and paternity leave is maternity leave is when the mom, mom takes time off. Paternity is when the dad does. Well, I mean, paternity, I guess, could be either parent, but maternity is specifically when the mom takes off, typically. You gotta go do the thing now? Alright, no problem, FG. And you do the thing. But thank you for tuning in and hanging out and doing all that stuff. All right. Which it's actually, I actually really appreciate that more companies are being better about offering paternity leave, like in addition to maternity leave. Because one, it's fairer. It's also more realistic to the situation nowadays, where, not everyone gets those kind of leave. So when you're dealing with that, you have a lot more times where it's not strictly mom who is the stay-at-home caregiver kind of thing. Well, not stay-at-home caregiver, that'd be a different story. But not, like, mom's opportunities to being at work might be more important to them than dad's or whatever, or they might be more flexible or whatever. So having either parent be able to take it, plus, it is actually good to have both parents home, especially when they're a newborn. Like, this might be a surprise. Newborns, kind of high maintenance, kind of a lot of work. So not just hoisting all that responsibility onto one parent, till things start to settle into a pattern. Kind of really a big helpful thing. Why was my vehicle making crunchy sounds? When I'm turning, my vehicle's making kind of crunchy sounds. You don't just feed them kibble and assign them to plant grind? No, that's toddlers. That's the whole point. We're talking infant. Like, once they hit toddlers, you basically just cut them loose. You drop some, drop some fish crackers in a, or goldfish crackers in a bowl, and then, you know, try and future, like, try and just, like, lock up all the corners and all that, so, you know, they don't hurt themselves. Get your outlet face covers. I'm obviously exaggerating that too. I don't have experience raising an infant, for the record. I do have experience playing a single parent for someone else's kid at like the 2s to 3s. So I can't give much informed experience with anything except for toddlers. I've got toddler experience. I've done the potty training. I have taught kid to use silverware, well, plasticware, but silverware for the first time, which was a lot of fun, and oh my god, mac and cheese everywhere. Absolutely everywhere. Reality was mac and cheese. Mac and cheese was reality. But we were learning, and learning happened, and they got better at it. First time was definitely not a great... It was a hilarious experience, but it was definitely not the most successful experience. But I was prepared for it. Took her into the kitchen. We put down like some plastic like painting stuff. Got like the bowl of mac and cheese, put it down in the middle, got like a big plastic spoon thing, sat down together, you know, gave it to her. Like, she was just having fun because she was actually being allowed to use it and everything. And we just kind of sat down and we just worked with it. And maybe 50-50 reached the mouth, if I'm being very generous. Very generous. Incredibly generous. Only a little bit of splash damage escaped the painter's tape. Well, painter's matte, plastic, whatever it was. But we only had to do that once. Once we got the very basics down, then it could go right back to the high chair. You know, certainly stuff fell off the high chair, but it was not the disaster that was that particular time. Beat him out on the lawn. Hey, you know what? That's not a bad idea. That particular place, it was an apartment, so we didn't really have a lawn. But yeah, that's the other way you deal with it, is you go someplace where it's like, it's totally fine that whatever they're eating gets absolutely everywhere. The birds and the squirrels will take care of it. Like, where's a place that you can contain the damage? That's the goal. I feel like while I did mac and cheese, I feel like something like pudding would be a better first choice. Like Jello can actually be difficult with how jiggly it is sometimes, but pudding feels like it kind of just stays on the spoon as long as they don't turn it upside down or whatever. And it's not like a whole bunch of separate pieces that can get all over the place. Like, I'm sure they'd still make a mess, like mostly of themselves, but you know, with mac and cheese, you grab like a big spoonful and like some of it comes apart and falls off and all that. Or like they do the thing where they scoop and there's just a bunch hanging off the bottom because it's only kind of sort of stuck. This whole way it's like, turn 35, turn 35, turn 35. Speed limit's 55 the whole time. And I've already learned with this truck during the rain, It does not like turning. Example A. I was at full turn the whole time and slowing down using the engine friction and just going, please, please, a little bit more over. I just need you to go a little bit more over. This road, not my favorite. We do really need, like, for the record, this truck is designed to be like the absolute most ridiculous heavy load truck, which is part of my problem. I am doing so much damage to this truck. Just cannot. I need to switch up this truck. So I've got the longest wheelbase, which makes my handling worse. I've got a truck that's like absurdly heavy duty, entirely set up for heavy duty, which isn't helping my cause. I'm gonna absolutely need to try and like get a better vehicle for these kinds of deliveries where it's not needing a super heavy thing. It's kind of one of those things I go back and forth on. Like, I feel like players probably get a preference, or they find a decent all-arounder truck. Like, this one's just too much leaning towards heavy load because it's getting frustrated with heavy loads in a not well-suited for heavy load truck being not a great experience. It's probably one that'd be decent to just get something. Is this highway between Highway 80 between California and... My mind wanted to say New Vegas. Nevada? I think this is the 101 I'm getting onto now. I don't know what it was before, but I do see up ahead this road is labeled 101. But it could be that I just merged onto the 101. We could probably go back and check in just a moment, because I'm right about to hit my destination. So I can turn it in, pull up the map, and take a quick peek. Oh, that's the coastal area? Yeah, we're about to reach Eureka. That's actually where we're delivering stuff. Apparently I've discovered all but 3 of the California cities now. It's fine. I was about to hit Oregon. Yeah, no, I don't have Oregon, so it'd be a wall. But yeah, they do actually have DLC for Oregon. I would like to get all the DLC for this game, but I'm not ready to drop the money to buy all the DLC for this game. Like, maybe if it goes on a really, really good sale, or if maybe one of the times they're trying to like push a new DLC or something like that. Maybe I can like get them to... I didn't see that. That's on me. I'm doing terribly. Look, man, it's the Halloween candy. Look, I got a little too much energy. I definitely did not sample the product. It's fine. Ignore all the wrappers for the candy corn, please. All right, let's get paid. I didn't get excellent. Why didn't I get excellent? It's like I didn't get paid as much. Okay. Oh, let me snooze the ad. Let me snooze the ad. Okay, snoozing the ad. All right, cool. So with that, what's going to end up happening here is we're a little bit past 4, which is usually when I wrap up. So I'm going to go find someone who makes good content. That way we can go ahead and drop a raid over there. So what I'm going to first do is, for those of you over on TikTok, thank you so much for hanging out and all that good stuff. I think I will stream tomorrow. It'll be at 7 p.m. EST. Again, this week I am starting stream at 7 p.m. as opposed to 5. But I do stream pretty much every single day, except for normally Thursdays, from 5 p.m. EST to 4 a.m. EST, but I think I will stream tomorrow since Tomb is working anyways, because her schedule's weird this week. So check that out. So goodbye, TikTok. And we'll get that out of here. And for those of you over on YouTube land, don't forget to like, subscribe, and do all those things. And I will hope to see you tomorrow at, again, 7 p.m. EST or after. So thank you again for checking that out. Oh man, the amount behind that